were, when you first started finding out what happened, did you think, you said that you all were trying to determine if someone was shot, did you think that it was an accidental shooting?
That was, when we were still trying to piece together, that was, I overheard that we thought it was a possible accidental shooting. And we didn't know if it was an accidental or if it was an accidental discharge into the ground. Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you able to speak to the individual that you all detained and had in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
And now you've been saying defendant suspect. Do you recognize that person in the courtroom this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if I'm sitting in seat 1 and my co-counsel is sitting in seat 2 and so on, what seat would the person you spoke to that night that was arrested, what seat would they be sitting in?
Yes, ma'am. He'd be sitting in seat 4.
Now at this time, let the record reflect that this witness is identified as defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect. All right, whose phone is on? You need to leave the courtroom right now. Thank you. You may proceed.
So, Lieutenant Quinlan, are you aware, well, let me ask, I will draw that. So when you spoke to the defendant, was that something that Officer Navarro asked you to do, or is that something that you decided to do? Explain how that unfolded.
No, I don't recall Officer Navarro asking me to speak with the defendant. It's something I could tell as he was placed in he was sitting in the backseat of the squad car at the time in custody and handcuffs. I could tell he was having an engagement, a conversation with the officer that was in the driver's seat of the squad car. And I could tell the defendant was upset. He had the window rolled down slightly, and the defendant yelled out to me if he could speak with me.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Statement against a party opponent, Your Honor.
May I see the attorneys? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need to send you back to the jury room while we conduct some business outside your presence.
All rise.
Remember your instructions to not discuss any of the testimony. All right, you may be seated, thank you. We are now outside the presence and hearing of the jury. The defense has objected to any testimony regarding the defendant being possibly detained or in custody at the time of this conversation, and has requested a hearing on the matter. Ms. Moore, you may proceed.
Well, to clarify the record, Judge, so I believe the witness is being asked to disclose the contents of a conversation he had with my client. It's my contention my client was arrested, handcuffed in the back of a squad car, clearly in custody. I think the state needs to elicit whatever that testimony is from this witness, and then I'll further my objection as to whether I believe it's hearsay or, inadmissible because he was not Mirandized. And I think the state's response to my objection originally was it was a statement against interest or a statement by a party opponent. I'm not sure what it was.
Yes, Your Honor, my response was stated by a party opponent, but the state's belief is that he was not in custody. This has to be a custodial interrogation. So he was not being interrogated. The defendant was eliciting conversation with Lieutenant
Okay,
Cook.
and I understand that's your
Okay.
turn.
So you just want to, I just want to make sure I didn't, so
Hold
I know
on.
what questions to ask.
Please stop. You need to establish that for the record, and then I will rule whether or not the defendant was, whether it was a custodial interrogation or not.
So Lieutenant Quinlan, did you initiate conversation with the defendant on your own?
No, ma'am, he reached out and asked if he could speak with me.
And at that point, did you believe that, were you, when he asked to speak with you, did you take that to be an interrogation on your part as to what happened that day or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Why did you speak with him?
His question was, he didn't know what was going on. He said no one has informed him why he's in the back of the squad car, I believe, why he was arrested. So I informed him of the information that I had of why he was under arrest and the charges that were being brought against him.
And from there, did the defendant continue to ask you questions and elicit conversation and responses from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the conversation regarding?
He recalled, basically was asking, or I'm sorry, he was making the statement that he didn't know what was going on and that his civil rights had been violated. And so I asked him how his civil rights had been violated, and he never really answered the question. He just bounced around, basically saying, I've been in this situation before. And so then my follow-up question was, well, how have you been in this situation? And he said, I've just been in this situation and my civil rights have been violated. I was pushed down to the ground. I was injured on my face, and I asked him if he needed medical assistance, which he replied yes. And so we called an ambulance after that.
And during this conversation, did he also complain about his cuffs being too tight or his wrist hurting?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, did you adjust his handcuffs?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long would you say he was continued to elicit conversation from you?
I would estimate maybe around 10 minutes.
So, and during this time, you're just engaging in conversation, you didn't initiate this conversation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And now you say that he mentioned like he didn't know why he was arrested. Did he continue to say that throughout your conversation?
Yes, ma'am. I recall he brought it up a few times why he was in the back of the squad car.
And did you continue to explain what you knew at the time of what potentially his charges might have been?
Yes, ma'am.
But at that point, there was no official charges or nothing. Y'all were still trying to work out what exactly he was going to be charged with. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
fair?
I apologize. Yes, ma'am. Just based on the knowledge I had at the time, I believe I still had a conversation with Officer Navarro and Santana after speaking with the defendant.
And so to be clear, Lieutenant Quinlan, although you were speaking with the defendant, this was not a custodial interrogation, correct?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness. You may proceed.
Lieutenant Quinlan, just a couple of questions. So my client was in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he was under arrest.
Yes, sir.
He was in handcuffs.
Yes, sir.
He was not free to leave.
Correct, sir.
He's sitting in the back of a patrol car, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, whether or not you initiated a conversation with him or my client initiated a conversation with you, you engaged in a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you asked questions of what he was talking to you about. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I asked him to explain how he felt his civil rights were violated.
Okay. Any other questions you asked that you recall?
That I recall this time, I believe I asked him, where he was coming from, general questions of, why, how has he been in this situation before? He claimed he was in this situation before, yes, sir.
Okay, so you did ask him questions, and he was not Mirandized in your presence, or by you, was he?
No, sir.
So, do you typically engage in conversations with arrested persons without first Mirandizing them?
I wasn't asking questions to the offense, so I have to. There's times when there's situations. Yeah. So if you have a person that's under arrest, you have to get their personal information. You get their. Yes.
That's not what you were doing. You weren't getting his personal information, right?
No, sir. I wasn't. I was answering your question. Do I engage in conversations with individuals that have been arrested before we Mirandized them? Yes, sir.
I guess what I meant was, do you question people about potential offenses while they're in custody without Mirandizing them?
Is it a common practice? No, sir. I don't do that. So.
Right. You've been a police officer for 22 years. You're a lieutenant. You're a watch commander.
Yes, sir.
You were well trained on how to conduct an arrest, how to conduct a, whether or not someone's going to be interrogated by one of the people that you supervise. You're going to make sure that they do everything by the book, right?
Yes, sir.
So when a suspect in the back of the squad car is calling out to you to talk, to explain what the charges are, that's one thing. You said that you asked him, he said he'd been in this situation before, and then you started asking him questions about that, correct?
I asked him, to explain to me how he's been in this situation.
What did he say?
I don't recall he ever really truly answered the question. You've been watching the body worn camera that he just knows that he's been in this situation before, that he's been arrested before, and that DPD has arrested him in the past before.
Did you ask him any questions about this instant offense?
I don't recall. I'm sort of not even watching the body worn camera. I guess I asked him if I had to recall where he was coming from on the bars, or where he's come from and what he was doing that night. No, sir.
Did you ask him if he was running away from the police officers?
No, I believe I told him the information I had, he was running from the police officer.
Did you ask him any questions about that?
About fleeing from the police officer?
Right.
I don't recall asking any questions.
When you were telling him what the charges, potential charges were going to be, what were they?
At the time, I believe we said we were doing disorderly conduct, evading arrest, and UCW, which is unlawful carrying of a weapon.
Deadly conduct, correction, not disorderly conduct.
Well, at the time, we were piecing together the disturbance, the pushing match with Officer Santana's also. That's why I was thinking disorderly conduct at the time instead of deadly conduct. Yes, sir.
That's all I have for this particular phase, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Yes, Ron, so on cross, you mentioned that there was a conversation that came up about running, and so, to be clear, you didn't ask him any questions about running, you told him the information that you had at the time, correct?
I told him the information that I had at the time for what I saw, what Officer Santana was telling me.
And in response to you telling him that that he was running from officers, do you recall him responding, I wasn't running, I didn't hear him yell stop, different things like that?
Yes, ma'am. He basically said he didn't do any of that, if I recall correctly.
So at no point, Lieutenant Quillen, were you actually asking him questions, you were simply responding to the things that he said in relation to him asking why he was arrested, and then when you told him the information you knew, continued to engage you with basically trying to explain what he was doing.
Yes, ma'am. I was responding to his questions or his statements, and then I was explaining to him the severity of the charges that I knew at the time that we were working with. And really it was more into, I could tell, again, going back to what I stated earlier, he was having a heated conversation with the officer in the car, so I was trying to calm the situation. Yes, ma'am.
So before he was trying to talk to you, you were aware that he was trying to get the the attention of the other officer to talk with him as well.
Yes,
I'll pass the witness.
Briefly, Your Honor, did you ask my client, so what happened?
I believe I did, yes, sir.
That's a,
Yeah.
whether
General
that's a question or comment,
Yes,
I would say that's a question, and that's meant to elicit a response from a person in custody, is that correct?
yes, sir, that's fair.
Even, you know, if you don't phrase a statement in the form of a question, some statements can be made to elicit a comment. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say that's fair, and I wasn't trying to question him, I was just conversing with him, yes, sir.
Right, but if you're conversing and saying, well, what I heard, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but what I heard is that you did this, this, and this, and this, and then you just pause, almost eliciting a response from the person you're talking to. But and I guess, what is your understanding of a custodial interrogation?
Questioning him of the offenses, the offense that he is alleged to have committed.
And the purpose of a custodial interrogation is to do what? What is that information going to be used for?
To get a confession used in the trial process. Yes, sir.
And we're trying, the state right now is trying to do what with the conversation that you had with my client?
To admit it into the trial.
Correct. So they're trying to admit this conversation that they're terming a voluntary conversation, not an interrogation or questioning in custody. They're trying to get it admitted before a jury in court. Would that somehow fit the definition of custodial interrogation to you?
You know, I'm gonna object, this is an improper question for this witness, that is a legal determination for the court to decide.
Well, I think he's qualified to answer that, Your Honor. I mean, he's a lieutenant with the,
He can answer if he has a professional opinion about it, but ultimately it'll be my call.
so you can answer.
I don't have the full legal definition of your question, but can you repeat it again for me one more time?
Well, I can't.
So let's go back.
It was 30 seconds ago, I've forgotten.
Yes,
So,
sir.
we're talking about a custodial interrogation and the purpose of eliciting information through an interrogation to be used in court. And that, we've agreed, is what the state is trying to do. Would you agree with that? That this could be viewed as, even though you consider it a voluntary conversation and you weren't actively questioning him in that kind of frame of mind, you did ask questions. He did respond to those questions. One of your questions was, so what happened? Right?
Okay.
Would you agree that that's a custodial interrogation? Let me
I'm
rephrase.
fair, yes, because I mean, I go back and forth. It's a common question. Police officers ask almost every person they come in contact to, you know, what happened, you know, especially when the defendant was acting the way he was acting in the squad car and everything like that. So trying to calm the situation of, okay, well, what happened? Yes, sir.
Totally understand
Yeah.
that. The difference is he was tackled, he was arrested, he was cuffed, he was frog walked back to the squad car, placed in, and he's clearly in custody. And even though he might have initiated, you know, this, hey officer, let me ask you a question, what's happening to me, why are this, and you respond to, so what happened? You can understand how that may be viewed as, you know, a form of custodial interrogation.
I could say how that could be viewed. Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass it.
Anything further?
Yes, Judge, I'm going to, if this, yeah, for purposes of the hearing, my approach,
You may.
you what I just marked as state's exhibit number 1. Is this your body worn camera that night?
Yes, ma'am, that's how you have it laid.
Okay. And before your testimony, were you able to view this body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate representation of the events that took place on May 21st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be an even clearer picture for the court? Or let me ask this, did it contain the conversation that you had with the defendant that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would it be a clear representation of what was said between you and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's gonna offer for record purposes, for the purposes of this hearing, state's exhibit number 1.
No objection. Are you gonna, are you gonna reoffer this if?
Right.
Okay.
All right, state's exhibit number 1, the body cam video is Sergeant,
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, excuse me,
Yes, ma'am, no, you're fine.
is admitted for record purposes only.
Commission of Publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Lieutenant Cohen, I sort of fast forward to the point where your conversation begins with the defendant. For the record, this is at 1747 on state's exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir. This is Lieutenant, sir. I'm all the time. How can I help you? Sir, I did arrest. I've been hurt. I don't my wrist over here. They pulled. They ain't getting tapped into the ground.
Yes, sir.
None of my rights being read. I've been tapped into the ground, like I said. My civil rights been violated. How's that? What do you mean? I haven't been told. I literally got tapped into the ground.
Sir, if they haven't told you, from what I've been told, you're under arrest for disorderly conduct because y'all were fighting in public. All right, you're under arrest for discharging a firearm in municipality, and you're under arrest for UCW because you have a pistol on you and you don't not have it holstered.
I didn't know such thing. I was tapping the ground from behind. I was running.
Yeah, all right, because the gun went off, right?
I heard something. I ducked in the ground, and I didn't know we talking to the ground. My wrist over here.
Well, these officers have video of you dumping the gun underneath the truck over here, so you need me to take a look at your wrist? Are the handcuffs too tight? Hey, unlock the door for me, sir.
My wife's
Turn around, I'll take a look. Come on. Turn around for me, please.
They even touched my foot when they tried to close the door. Oh, please.
I got 2 fingers in that one.
No, it's when you pay for, they yanked me. What? They yanked me from my handcuffs. It hurts so bad.
Can you turn a little bit? I'll listen to the right one. The right one I'll get a little bit. All right.
Sir. I honestly cannot turn. Honestly cannot turn. I'm being compliant. I was saying.
I'm trying to help you out with your handcuffs here.
Thank you.
All right.
But I was
Okay, step on out. I'll get it. Come on out. Put your foot out.
So you understand why I'm being arrested, though? I was an officer trying to engage in that. I'm not a racist person.
Okay. No one's saying you are.
You just arrested me. You said I was being charged with being aggressive and fighting.
I did not say you were being aggressive. Have a seat for me, sir. I said you were being arrested for disorderly conduct.
Isn't that aggressive?
Were you having a fight with someone else in the
No, I did not fight at all.
Well, that's what it is being
You
told.
can see my hand. You know when someone's fighting, officer.
Why is everyone pointing at you and saying you're the one that fired the gun?
Who's pointing at me?
The witnesses have been
What's
captured.
witness?
Witnesses that were right over here when you were right here by this white truck, and when you come running down a little bit right here on the sidewalk, and then you cut in between the gray truck right here and that SUV, and that's where you dropped your.
I got tackled. No, that's where I got
tackled over
tackled.
there on that corner, sir.
No, sir, I was in the middle of the street and I got tackled
See
right
where that
here.
ambulance is at? That's exactly where you got tackled at. I was right behind the officer that put you in custody.
Sir, I don't know. I was tackled in the
Well, I understand you don't understand because you had a little bit to drink too. All right, I understand all that. All right, have a seat for me, please.
Honestly, sometimes it still really hurts. It's really bad. It hurts really bad.
Which one?
It's yanked me pretty bad.
Well, okay. I can't do it. Do you need to see an ambulance?
Yes, please.
Okay.
They yanked me pretty bad. If I do my civil rights,
I got it. Just go down there to the ambulance, see if they'll come check them out real quick.
officer, I think this is it. Go. Honestly, I know.
Okay, stop moving, Corey. Stop moving. So I'm trying to double lock and so I'll sit up on you, okay?
Bro, I'm on myself. How can you say that I was being police officer?
Sit tight right here. Good. All right. While we
Can you please get to the bottom of this? Please, I promise you. Please get to the bottom of this.
we do not settle offenses out here in the streets, okay?
So,
All right.
it's into the
So you have to go to jail, all right? You'll have your court date and you'll go from there. Have a seat. We'll get the ambulance here to come here.
Because I'm brown, right?
No, sir, not at all.
No, I already know.
Not at all. The witnesses were pointing you out.
I already know what's up with this.
You ran from the officers right
No,
over here.
I didn't run it.
I'm just telling, sir, I'm telling you what the officers told me. He threw the gun down right here by this pickup truck. That's exactly where they found it. They asked you to stop. You continued across the street, and that's where they got you at, okay? All right. It's all in body
If
business, sir.
that's your only thing, go ahead.
All right.
Aubrey.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Already.
All right, they're coming, sir. They're checking on someone else right now.
See, I was like this, trying to get in, and they really yanked me on the other side, officer. Oh, I didn't my civil rights.
He has a felon? Okay.
I'm just gonna pass forward to, for the record, I stopped at 2257. Well, actually, this is the part where I muted, so I'll just play it. It's muted on here. Yeah.
UPS, yep.
Resuming at 2257.
I can't hear it. The defendant is speaking.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the portion again, counsel agreed to mute as it relates to, the 2018 offense. Yes. So I've muted it on the actual exhibit.
Okay.
I see your officer pick up some.
And for the record, the audio resumes at 2351.
Bro, your officer.
Pretty sure we're on the same phone. I'm not sure.
Your officer tackled me to the ground.
We'll call that on.
I just remember being tackled to the ground. I hit my fucking face on the concrete. and I was being arrested.
Where'd you get your face at?
On the left side.
Left or right side?
Yeah.
Left or right?
Right, this side. When they tackled me, I hit my head.
Okay, alright, we'll get the ambulance, we'll get the ambulance crew to look at you, sir.
I didn't move, and they really hurt me. They put my ankles on me and they yanked me. My wrist really hurt so bad.
We'll review it.
I was not being aggressive. They said I would stop resisting. They literally stepped on me, pulled me, said I was resisting. I was not resisting whatsoever. I went straight to the ground. Last time too.
Where are you coming from today?
I don't know. I was bar hopping.
How'd you end up down here? Alright, well, y'all be safe.
I was driving to, I think I was Uber. I was pulling to the corner, and I hear something. I'm running.
You were driving?
No, I said Uber. I was waiting for Uber.
Oh, you were waiting for your Uber.
Yes.
Okay.
Now before I was running, and then I get tackled from behind. I was crossing the street. I don't remember being way over there. I was being right here. I don't remember being way over there. I wasn't way over there. I promise you.
When I got here, I promise you, right where that ambulance is at is where you were taken into custody. I watched the officers put you in handcuffs right where that ambulance is stopped at and parked at. Okay? Alright, sounds good. They watched you run right through this black truck, right up through here to this gray
I
truck.
wasn't even really
Yeah,
running.
I know you weren't really running, and right in between the cars right there, where you dropped the pistol and they found the pistol. Okay. Well, thanks.
Officer, yes, officer. Bro, if I was running, I would have ran. Do you see me? I would have ran. Oh, really? Okay. So are you the one that tackled me?
Yeah, the one that put you there.
You're the one that tackled me. Why did you tackle me?
I told you to stop.
You didn't tell me anything. I didn't hear anything. All I heard, I was ducking to the ground. Did you not see me with my hands up? I promise you, after you saw me with my hands up.
Yeah, you gotta go back on that one, sir. Yes, sir.
I didn't run into the officer. Okay. Hey, sir.
Sir.
Is that a felony?
The horse move? No, it's not a felony.
Pausing at 2641. And so Lieutenant Quillen, is this, for the most part, captures the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm gonna fast forward to, so at this point, you go to your squad car, you disengage, and then you end up going back over there, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I remember going back to my squad car to check on the NDC.
Fast forward to.
What's this gentleman's name? Do we know his name? I saw there's two names on the call sheet. I said no. What's your name, sir?
Francisco, sir.
Sir?
Francisco.
Francisco.
They have my ID, sir.
Okay, I don't have that.
Valero, sir.
Valero? Francisco Valero?
Yes,
Okay. Okay, yes, sir.
I was in the different scene. I was honestly, I put a rag. He says I can. He looks like I can run.
So I paused at 30:02. So Lieutenant Quinlan, when you went back to your car, you checked the call sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
So you weren't aware, it's fair to say you weren't aware the name of, at that time, the name of the defendant, the person you were talking to in the car, you weren't aware of his name?
No, ma'am.
You just knew that he was, according to the other officer, he was a part of the altercation?
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like you end up walking away, and then the defendant started talking to you, and then you turned back around. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not running at all. Why was I being targeted and tackled to the ground? He can't tell me. He says he's all good. Once, officer,
Sir, he said he saw you throw a gun into the car, he asked you to stop, and he pushed you to the ground down there and took you into custody right down there.
even if I did have a gun, hypothetically, he's yelling. I'm like, bro, officer, I'm running. I don't.
So you were running?
No. I was joking.
Okay.
I was joking.
Okay. Alright. Again, sir, I explained all the charges that we have against you and everything. That's what you are going to jail for tonight, okay? We don't.
Okay, I'll keep running. My apologies.
Want to debate anything out here? Or everything like that, we can settle in court, okay? You'll go to court, or I'm sorry, you'll go to jail tonight. You'll see, you'll get a judge, you'll get your arraignment and your bond. You'll have your court date from there. And they'll have all the body worn camera for every officer that was out here.
Like I always say, officer, it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But I know where I'm at. I've been through this before. And like I said, you see the things that I have. Because I already know how the system works.
Sir, I'm not saying that you are, okay? This gentleman right here is same color.
But you that doesn't matter.
Okay. Alright, well, conversation over. Still waiting on our ambulance? Yeah.
Pausing at 31, 36, and so it's fair to say at that point, you, even after the defendant continued to engage, you felt like you explained everything that you could, answered all the questions he's asked or anything like that, and so you it ended the conversation, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We were doing a goofy cycle or a goofy loop. All right, we just kept on repeating the same thing, so I was done after that.
I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Lieutenant, if you wouldn't mind standing down and waiting in the DA workroom while we conclude the hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please watch your step. All right. Now we will have, do you have any other witnesses to call regarding or the statements made by the defendant?
No, but I mean, I guess it really just depends on the court's ruling at this point, because some of the stuff that's contained on here is contained on some of the other officers' body camera, because Officer Santana was present, so a portion of kind of the conversation with Lieutenant Quinlan is captured on other people's body camera.
What I mean by that is, do you have any additional,
Not for purpose of this hearing, Your Honor, sorry.
please don't interrupt the court. Do you have any additional statements made by the defendant that you intend to introduce into evidence in front of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, I guess there is one with Officer Navarro. He's sitting in the squad car looking up stuff, and the defendant starts asking him questions. So there is that as well.
All right, but that is unrelated to the statements that the defendant made to the lieutenant.
Right, all right, yes.
All right. And is Officer Navarro here?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
You don't have to call him right now, but
Okay.
we could maybe have is he gonna be a witness this morning or this afternoon?
Yes, he is a, let's see what I have time. He is a witness, Judge.
Well, before his testimony, if will the defense have an objection to statements made to Officer Navarro?
Likely, Your Honor.
All right, then we will have a hearing outside the presence of the jury regarding those statements prior to Officer Navarro testifying. All right, then let's take up the matter of statements made by the defendant to the lieutenant. We will now have, do you rest on the hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
And does the defense rest on the hearing?
I do.
All right, arguments of counsel.
Do I go first?
If the
It's
state
my
wants-
objection, I guess I do. I'm
if-
sorry.
Well, that's all right if the state wants to reserve their right, so.
Okay. Judge, I would renew my objection. I believe the state's first response was that it was a comment by a party opponent or statement by a party opponent, or maybe it's an admission by a party opponent. It's clearly not an admission. I would point out to a couple of factors. The witness testified that in his view, it could be construed as a custodial interrogation. Yes, it's not like your typical detective room with cameras and being read his rights. It's clear that my client wasn't read his rights. He was in custody. He initiated the conversation, but the witness testified that his comments and his statements about what evidence or what he was told can elicit, are meant to elicit responses from the person seated there. He also stated that he asked, so what happened, where are you coming from, where were you going? Those are questions that relate to the instant offense. I don't see any material value necessarily to the state in what the defendant said or asked. Most of it's questions, but just out of the principle of the matter, if my client is in custody and is being questioned in any way, shape, or form by an officer who placed him in custody, I believe that he has to be read his rights, and I believe that any statement, question, or comment made by my client should be excluded because of the fact that he wasn't read his rights and didn't voluntarily waive his rights.
All right, Ms. Moore?
May I please support?
Yes.
Your Honor, for 3822 to apply, two things must occur. Both prongs, he has to be in custody and it has to be an interrogation. And so the state will concede that yes, he was in custody, but it was not any sort of type of interrogation. As evident from State's Exhibit 1, also Lieutenant Quillen's testimony, all the statements made by the defendant are res geste statements. Initially, he's the one who wants to initiate the conversation with Lieutenant Quinlan, and Lieutenant Quinlan hears him out. He gives him the information that he's aware of at the time, and then the defendant continues to engage Officer Quinlan with what he was and was not doing moments before. Not only that, you also see at some point during State Exhibit number 1 where Lieutenant Quinlan actually walks away, and the defendant continues to re-engage Lieutenant Quinlan in conversation. And shortly after, Lieutenant Quinlan sort of understands that it's sort of a cyclical argument or really conversation at that point, so he terminates the conversation. And so, essentially, this is exactly what hearsay is not. It's statements made that are, I would argue, against his interests. There are statements that are made by a party opponent. It is not any sort of type of interrogation. Typically, you see when the officers are trained in Mirandizing individuals, and detectives as well. And you see that when they are going into, after charges have already been filed, and they are Mirandizing, they have the information, they know the individual's name, and they're asking them about the charges. Lieutenant Quinlan didn't even know the defendant's name at that point. He knew that he was involved. The defendant was having issues. He helped him with his handcuffs. This was far from any sort of interrogation that 3822 is meant to regulate. And so the state would argue that each of the statements that the defendant made should be allowed to be introduced into evidence because according to the rules of evidence, they're not hearsay. There was just side statements, and also those statements do not apply under 3822.
Ms. Moore, can you explain to the court what the relevance or probative value of the statements are? What are you trying to show to the jury with the statements?
Yeah, it shows the defendant's state of mind. I mean, this was shortly after it happened. It also will inform the jury on, they end up getting an ambulance called, and this is why, because Lieutenant Quinlan is the one who called for the ambulance because he was engaging in conversation. But for him engaging in conversation with the defendant, he might not have been called an ambulance. He was essentially trying to cater to the defendant by fixing his handcuffs and.
Well, let me stop you there. But how does that go to demonstrate that this defendant on this particular date and time was in possession of a firearm?
Well, yeah, I think it goes to the totality of the circumstances of the events that occurred that night. It goes to the frame of mind, excuse me, of the defendant, also the officers who were out there at the time. And so it's just very illustrated to the jury as to everything that occurred that night. And to me, it goes to really the weight, not admissibility, and it puts in context everything that the officers were dealing with at the time.
May I briefly respond, Your Honor?
Sure.
The whole purpose of 3823 and 3822 is to protect the rights of the defendant. This whole thing could have been cleared if, when the lieutenant, this 22-year veteran of the police department, had just simply said, first thing, you're under arrest, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say from this point on can and will be used against you. Now, did you want to talk to me? That's the problem. He wasn't given his rights. He wasn't, and everything that transpired after that, the state is trying to get into court. That's the purpose of an interrogation, is to use this information in a court setting. Those rights are given to suspects so they know that what they say is going to be used against you. In terms of what the prosecutor just said, I don't believe there's any probative value as to the material issues in this case, Your Honor. As far as getting specifics of their conversation, the DA's office can elicit some of this information about the ambulance or whatever by just simply asking. They don't have to get into the specifics of the conversation. Did you at some point require an ambulance based on your conversation? Yeah, without going into why or how, for, or whatever. So I stand by my earlier objection, Judge. I do think it's not only inadmissible because it was a custodial interrogation, but I think the prejudice outweighs the probative value. I don't think there is any probative value.
And you know, if I may respond? Mm-hmm. If the court recalls in some of the statements, the res justi statements that the defendant made, as he continues to elicit conversation from Lieutenant Quinlan, and Lieutenant Quinlan tells him what he's aware of at that point, the defendant says, like, I didn't have a gun, I wasn't running, I wasn't doing these things. And so that is definitely something that's an issue before the jury to determine. And because he was not in custody, not under interrogation, 3822 does not regulate, and they're not considered hearsay. And so it is relevant for the jury to hear these statements, not only because of the state of mind of the defendant, but it's relevant to the actual facts of the case as to what they will be determining.
evidence that the defendant stated he didn't have a gun and he wasn't running to go before the jury?
Yes, in addition to the entire portion that I played for the court during the hearing, basically the entire conversation.
I understand
Okay.
that's what you want, but
Okay.
you're saying the relevant portions, the more relevant, the most relevant is what you're saying are the fact that the defendant didn't have a gun and that he wasn't running.
Well, I believe all
Because
of
those are actually reflective of this alleged offense.
right, so I believe all of it is relevant, but you're gonna have to.
I understand.
Okay, Officer Santana's gonna testify that the defendant was running, and he was chasing after him. And so, everything that's talked about that I wasn't running, I was ducking, well, I was running, well, no, I was actually ducking. Oh, I didn't hear him say stop, or all of that is relevant to the facts of the case. And the state believes we can get into them because they are res gesti statements, and 3822 doesn't control. And also, I did not fight, I mean, I had a transcript, but,
I'm sorry?
well, I'm saying, also the statements that were played for the court when he says, I did not fight, when he explains the disorderly conduct, which is sort of what it initiates the pursuit of the officers.
Did you file a notice of extraneous offense?
I did, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. Yes, Your Honor.
Do you happen to have a copy of that? I can look it up on Odyssey real quick, but if you have a copy.
There are several, Judge, from the previous, so I don't know if I have.
I've got a copy. This is the most recent one.
All right, well, I will look at all, okay, I've got it pulled up on Odyssey. All right, I'm not seeing any, motion in Odyssey that is literally stated notice of extraneous offenses. Now, that doesn't mean you didn't file one, but I'm not seeing it labeled as such in Odyssey.
Well, some of them may be on base, but I believe I have, yeah. We put it in order.
I don't know if I actually have access to on base anymore. Mr. Jordan, can I see your notice, the notice that was provided to you? Thank you.
Yeah, perfect.
And Judge, if I may approach, I have the previous ones as well.
This
Thank
is the one filed in November 2022.
Okay, well then I won't give her that, I'll have to give you the other one.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want the other ones for purpose of this hearing, you may not need them, because they're just revolving, they're all the notice of it, extraneous, but I think they're more so related to the 2018 offenses.
I would like to see any notice of extraneous offenses that you all provided to the defense. Thank you.
I think there's one more.
Thank you. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Nobody come get that, dude?
One on the bottom is yours.
Okay.
Now, Judge, I don't know if, you want to see the other exhibit that I plan to introduce with Lieutenant Quillen, because it does show the disorderly conduct. It shows the pushing and shoving, why they started running after them. So I don't know if that's if that will go into your assessment or not, if you wanted me to, I think that's yours.
All right, we're taking a 5-minute break.
Which video?
Thank you. The surveillance videos. Yes, I don't know if you want to check it or whatever.
No, no.
Would you want her to?
Huh? Well, he wants to take a break.
Oh, okay.
Is he gonna sponsor videos?
Well, I'm gonna show them with them, but their business record update is,
I'm gonna Jack on that basis, just telling me.
business record update,
I know, that authenticates him, so he's still need to sponsor him. And I know Croner wanted God and he's no longer here, but just go ahead and get that out of the way.
but that's what I'm saying, but you said,
She was getting off the stage, she's got it.
so I'll tell, yeah, so that's what I plan to introduce you to.
just said, anger management, drug test, stay away from cigarette, apply for Microsoft and a knife.
I'm just kidding. While the prosecutor does my plea papers. I was like, can we do this? But I like the amount of waters we have on the table there.
Oh, yeah.
That means you're settling in
I just didn't know if you wanted to tell me.
Oh, no, I was just.
over in Rockall. While they're kicking our ass, they would like provide us water for the defense.
It's like, you need to remain.
Yeah, like,
Because this is gonna be
we don't want to take that.
so painful for you.
You're going to be conscious for every second.
Let me ask you a question.
She's gonna talk to you.
Okay.
Yep.
What else do you? I thought you said you weren't elected, that's why they had me.
Who? Honestly, because I didn't know what he was going to say. He was, I don't think he was, anything that, what did he say? I thought he was going to talk about, play the video, I guess, if the judge allows it, but, having a witness testify to what my client said, it's just knee-jerk reaction.
That's why I left, that's why I didn't, that's why I didn't read it.
I think she'll let him in, honestly, but I don't know how,
So are you-
I don't know how you read it. I mean, other than him just kind of sweating and claiming his innocence.
I think it shows the whole, I kind of, shows the whole view of what was happening at the time.
What do you look like?
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Okay. All right, we are back on the record, still outside the presence of hearing of the jury. The defense objections are sustained. So if you could please get your witness and we will proceed on.
Judge, can we take up another matter real quick?
Certainly.
So with this witness, I believe the state also intends to offer surveillance videos that were captured at that night. Is
Well,
that-
Judge, I just want to go back so I know exactly when I'm knowing what exactly that the court is ruling what I can and cannot play, since I do have a transcript. I want to make sure as far as exactly the content of the video, and Stacey did one, the entire conversation, certain portions, so I know exactly.
The entire encounter of the lieutenant with the defendant
Okay.
is ruled inadmissible.
Your Honor, would that also apply to any other officers who are standing in the vicinity with their body cameras on during that encounter? If their body cameras were recording that interaction? If the state intends to offer any other body cameras,
detailing the same conversation,
There are several officers standing around the vehicle.
encounter,
Yeah.
then
And-
yes.
Well, just, I would ask for a hearing, and for the court to be able to view that body camera, because it doesn't necessarily capture everything that is happening between Lieutenant Coleman and the defendant. And so some of that other information, I believe, would be.
All right, so here's, the court's ruling is, right now we're addressing the encounter between the Lieutenant Quinlan and the defendant. That is not admissible. It is inadmissible. So, the court does not want to see any other video or anything else that has to do with the encounter between the defendant and Lieutenant Quinlan. If there's some other encounter between the defendant and some other detective or, officer, then I'm happy to provide a hearing regarding the admissibility of that encounter. But anything that has to do with what I've seen so far of the encounter with this defendant with Lieutenant Quinlan is not admissible. Who's on Angel Tello?
I'm Your Honor.
Are you the lawyer?
I'm not, I'm just making an appearance for an attorney I've used to.
All right, is the case disposed of?
It's been dismissed and there's uncontested by a district attorney as well.
All right, then if you want to, thank you, Detective Kerrigan, or excuse me.
I wish.
Deputy. I have the D right. All right, let's get your witness so we can proceed.
You wanna go ahead and do that hearing?
Judge, just to save time, the state intends to call Lieutenant Quinlan back to the stand. They want to get into this surveillance video.
All right,
I'm going to object to the surveillance video.
okay,
On the grant, and the state filed a business record affidavit with these videos, okay? And the detective who actually acquired the videos, Detective Corner, is no longer with DPD.
yeah,
This lieutenant did not acquire the videos. The state filed a business record affidavit saying these videos are business records, therefore they're self-authenticating. So and I'm gonna make an objection before the state does that because
all right, I understand we're right it. Okay, tell the jury they are gonna take an early lunch, and I need them back in the jury room, no later than 1:15 p.m. Thank you. Because this is gonna take a while.
I didn't know they were gonna, I just found that out a second ago.
No worries.
That's why I wanted to bring it up before we brought the jury
No, I
in.
appreciate that, so let's keep going. Okay, so business record affidavit for videos, if you're objecting to it, all right, let's, okay. All right, then we'll,
Wait a minute.
You want?
Yeah,
because we're doing a hearing. Okay, then we will have a hearing on the admissibility of videos. What is the date that the the affidavit for business records was filed?
I believe it was in
March
November.
20, you asked,
Oh, sorry.
Whoever.
okay, March 22nd, 2023.
All right, thank you. I will pull that up. It was sitting here on test 27. All right, Lieutenant, if you could please retake the witness stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're gonna have a hearing on some videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. And we are still on the record outside the presence and hearing of the jury. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Lieutenant Colonel, we're just in a hearing outside the presence of the jury. We're not continuing your testimony that we were talking about in front of the jury, but what I want to sort of move to is, are you aware that the initial interaction that you described earlier, when you and Officer Santana and Officer Navarro were talking, are you aware that that was captured on surveillance video?
I am, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to watch that surveillance video before your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that surveillance video fairly and accurately represent that interaction that you described, that you learned to, that occurred by Officer Santana and Navarro?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that surveillance video also show you, or capture you running towards the incident as you described to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does it also show Officer Navarro running sort of on the, I guess, the left side as you described after that one individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it also show Officer Santana on the right side pursuing the defendant as you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that surveillance take place on the street that you were describing, where you met, where you were checking in with Officer Santana and Officer Navarro?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that surveillance video accurately represent the events that took, the initial interaction of the events that took place on that night?
Yes, ma'am.
That led you and that led you, Officer Santana and Officer Navarro, to pursue or investigate the shot that was fired?
Yes, ma'am.
That was your honor?
You may.
Now, at this time, I'm gonna admit, State's Exhibit 2A for record purposes. Oh, I'm sorry.
No objection for record purposes.
All right, State's Exhibit 2A, what is State's Exhibit 2A?
I saw it. It's a business record affidavit for the 4 videos contained within State's Exhibit 2 that I'm about to offer.
All right, thank you. All right, State's Exhibit 2A is admitted for record purposes.
Now, Lieutenant Quinlan, are you aware of an organization called the Deep Ellum Foundation?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the name Adam Holden ring a bell to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So did he work for Deep Ellum Foundation?
Yes, he worked for the Deep Ellum Foundation. I believe he was their security director.
And so, were you aware that that DPD had access to
Object
cameras?
to leading, Your Honor.
I asked if he was aware of them.
Overruled.
Are you aware that DPD had access to cameras that were owned by the Deep Ellum Foundation?
At that time, back in 2022, no.
And so the surveillance video that that is contained in State's Exhibit 2, that actually, or let me ask you this, at the time, that surveillance video, were you, did you know that that video existed?
At the time, no, ma'am.
And now that you've watched that surveillance video, are you, you testified that it accurately reflects the events that occurred. Are you aware that that was one of the cameras, that now be made aware that those were one of the cameras owned by the Deep Ellum Foundation?
Now I'm aware, yes, ma'am.
So, as far as cameras that are, owned by the Ellum Foundation, those are cameras that DPD has access to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But not necessarily within their, complete control, if you will. I mean, do you understand my question? If not, I can.
Yes, we do not have access, we have access to the video streams or the video feeds. We do not control the cameras where they're pointed or be able to zoom in. All we have is access to the streams and the download capabilities.
One moment, Your Honor. And the surveillance video that you viewed in State Exhibit 2, does it basically show, what it purports, to occur?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Lieutenant, you said you're aware of this now. How are you aware of it? You're aware that the Deep Ellum Foundation?
Yes, sir. At the time of 2022, I was not aware there were cameras out there. I wasn't aware of the Deep Ellum Foundation. I'm aware of it now because the Dallas Fusion Center are the ones that have access to those cameras, and I'm currently the director of the Fusion Center.
Back in 2022, who was the officer for DPD who acquired these videos from the Deep Ellum Foundation?
I believe it was Detective Hale because he's subpoenaed on the.
Was it a Detective Corner?
I'm not aware of that, sir, no.
Okay. You said that these videos were basically attached to a business record affidavit, right? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. You said that DPD has access to the cameras, the streams, right?
Yes, sir.
Are there cameras that DPD doesn't have access to, that cannot get access to? And I guess it's a weird question. Can't you get any footage from any surveillance camera at any time as a police officer if you subpoena the records?
I've never been a detective, but is my understanding that's a possibility. I said the detective subpoenas the business for their videos, yes, sir.
Well, the fact that whichever detective acquired these videos didn't subpoena them, they got them from the Deep Ellum Foundation and filed it under a business record affidavit under the Deep Ellum Foundation moniker. Is that unusual to you? That videos would be considered a business record?
No, I'm not familiar with business records, sir.
Okay. You're not a detective, but you're very experienced. How would it, well, can't even ask you that because it's kind of outside your purview. I don't think I have any further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Just briefly, Your Honor, for this type of offense, unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon, Lieutenant Quinlan, was a detective assigned to this case based on the incident report?
No, ma'am. It's, I believe it's still considered a direct file offense.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
So, Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to offer for, well, I guess for record purposes, the purposes hearing, State's Exhibit number 2.
Any objection for record purposes?
Not for record purposes.
All right, State's Exhibit number 2 is admitted for record purposes only.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And for the record, I'm playing, this State Exhibit 2 has 4 video files that do not contain audio. The one I'm playing ends in _0. Now, Lieutenant Quinlan, do you see this date here in the bottom right-hand corner in time?
Yes, ma'am.
You see that's May 21st, 2022 at approximately 1:59 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Over here to the bottom right above the time, is that your squad car there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna pause at 1 minute and 28 seconds. Earlier in your testimony before the jury, Lieutenant Quinlan, you testified that there was an individual involved in the altercation with a dark colored shirt. Where I'm circling right here, we saw that individual run up sort of to the right of the camera view, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna pause at 1:47, and we saw those 3 individuals we saw in police uniform. Was that you, Officer Santana, and Officer Navarro?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we, at 1:47, we sort of see you put your hand to your chest. Is that when you're calling for the signal 15?
Yes, ma'am. I'm letting them know that we just had shots fired at the location.
And then earlier before the jury, you testified about Navarro was interacting with this individual in the dark colored shirt. Did we see that here on State Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, at this point, it's a little dark, and I'll zoom in for the court a little later, but did we see Officer Santana sort of go off on the side of the sidewalk here to the right?
Yes, ma'am.
And pausing at 1:55. Right here, is this the point where we see Officer Santana was able to displace the defendant
Yes,
to the ground? Judge, if I may, I'm going to just zoom in for the court.
Sure.
And I've restarted the video for the record. And I'm gonna jump forward to about 51 seconds. Pause at 154. And Lieutenant Quinlan, based on what you had learned had occurred that night, does this video there basically detail what you came to find out started the initial interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And the individual in the dark colored shirt, police, were you all able to speak with him as well?
Officer Navarro, I believe Officer Navarro did, yes, ma'am.
I'm just gonna replay again at 120 without that box obstructing the left side. Now, it's sort of hard to tell a little bit, but do you see sort of like a muzzle flash on, approximately around, that's what I have about.
Your Honor, if I can interject right now, this kind of goes beyond the scope of this particular hearing, I believe. You know, he's asking about a muzzle flash, which this officer didn't see this video until probably recently. So I'm just right now mainly concerned about the admissibility of the video in general, not what the officer saw on the video.
Well, Judge, I was laying a predicate for the authentication to show that the video basically shows what it purports to have occurred that night, which is a part of authentication. So, but if the court is satisfied with the testimony, I can move on.
What is your specific objection to the admissibility of the videos?
Primarily, this is not the proper witness to get it through. The predicate's improper. I don't know when Lieutenant Quinlan first observed this video. Secondly, my objection is that the state is trying to put this in through some business records affidavit. And frankly, a business record by definition is a document, either a hard copy or a digital copy that records an act, condition, or event related to business. Business records include meeting minutes, memoranda, employment contracts, accounting source documents. It must be retrievable at a later date so that business dealings can be accurately reviewed as required. This video is not a business record. It was not in the custody of the Dallas Police Department. They obtained it from another Deep Ellum Foundation, and then under the guise of as a business record, that's how they filed it. So I'm objecting to improper predicate and the fact that it is not a business record.
All right, then I will allow Ms. Moore to ask questions regarding laying the predicate.
Now, Lieutenant Quinlan, you viewed each of the four video files on Safe City 2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, to your knowledge, have they been altered or changed in any manner?
No, ma'am.
And we see in State's Exhibit, well, you noted earlier that the timestamp on the video was made on the day and at the time of the offense, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Playing at 127. So I'm pausing at 134. I'm gonna back up just a little bit. I asked you if you noticed a sort of a flash a couple seconds later. So it was about a second after 1 minute and 34 seconds, or right at 1 minute and 35 seconds. Do you see sort of like that flash in Safe Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, based on your testimony earlier, you said you heard a gunshot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what led you to call for a signal 15, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Detective, who acquired the video?
I don't have that answer for you, sir.
When did they acquire the video?
I'm not aware of when, sir.
Do you know where they got the video from? Holden.
Holden.
He works for Deep Ellum Foundation. Did he assist in providing the video to DPD? Do you know?
I wasn't part of the Fusion Center at the time, so I'm not sure.
When did you first observe this particular video?
2 weeks ago when we had the interview with council.
Okay. So we don't know who acquired it, when they acquired it, where they got it from, or how they got it. Your testimony is just you've observed this and you recognize it, right?
To answer the last part of that question, yes. To answer the first part of the question, do I know how they obtained it? No, I do know as of now there is a mutual understanding in place with the Deep Ellum Foundation, who freely shares their video streams with the Dallas Fusion Center.
That's how it is now. Is that how it was in 2022?
I can't answer that question, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
No more questions for this witness. I have another one, Judge, for this video.
Thank you, Lieutenant, if you could wait in the DO.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, this witness is Detective Daniel.
All right, Detective, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would please take the witness stand, please watch your step. And you may proceed this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Hale, if you could state your first and last name, spell your last name for the record.
Detective Daniel Hale, H-A-L-E.
And where are you currently assigned? Oh, do you work for the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
To the Dallas Fusion Center.
And back on May 21st, 2022, were you assigned to the Fusion Center?
Yes, ma'am.
So this has been admitted for record purposes, Detective Hale, as states exhibit number 2, but do you recognize what you're seeing on the screen right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you working with Fusion during the time of this offense?
Yes, ma'am.
And explain to the court what is the Deep Ellum Foundation?
So the Deep Ellum Foundation is basically a private entity that incorporates a bunch of the businesses in that area, and they have a bunch of cameras that they've given us access to.
And why are they giving you access to them?
Basically, DPD doesn't have enough cameras out there, and because that foundation has cameras on all of these businesses in that area, they've given us access so that we don't have to deploy cameras in that area.
And is it also in the interest of the business owners in Deep Ellum for them to have cameras in Deep Ellum that Dallas Police have access to?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know who Adam Holden is?
Not off the top of my head.
And when DPD has access to these cameras by the Deep Ellum Foundation, what does that access entail?
It's a web link that we log into their portal through, and then we can play the videos and rewind the videos in order to gain understanding or information.
And so do you use these videos to assist officers with incidents that are occurring in the area where you have access to those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And in Say Exhibit 2, is this one of the camera angles from the videos owned by the Deep Ellum Foundation?
Yes, ma'am.
And so because DPD has access to them, how is DPD Fusion able to acquire the videos?
Like I said, we log into a web portal. Then we go through a list of cameras that the Deep Ellum Foundation has and select from there. And then once from there, we can play, rewind,
We can't edit at all, we can't manipulate the camera angle at all, it's just static of what we see.
And so when there is a offense or incident where police are involved and it's captured on a Deep Ellum Foundation camera, do you all have the ability to download from the web link that you referred to?
No.
How do you acquire the videos?
Currently, we are using screen recording, which is basically playing the video on our computer monitor and then recording the whole computer monitor using our computer system.
And is that something that the detectives in Fusion do as part of with the video that you all have access with the Deep Ellum Foundation?
Yes.
So this video that we're looking at in State's Exhibit number 2, this would be a screen recording of one of the cameras that y'all have access to from Deep Ellum Foundation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would, you testify that y'all can't edit or manipulate or anything, y'all just can basically record the feed that's occurring.
Correct. We can't even download it through their portal.
So when you screen record it, is that something that then is placed on a flash drive or K drive?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
cloud, I guess?
Initially, we were placing it on, I believe initially we were placing it on Teams, and then we moved away from that, and we now save it on a hard drive. And then we preserve it until the detective comes and picks it up, in which case we delete it because the detective now has the copy.
And in this case, are you aware if these videos were basically screen recorded and put on a flash drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And so these videos that were placed, these 4 videos that were placed on a flash drive, they're then, you said, picked up by a detective?
Correct.
And does it have to be a detective that picks it up, or?
No, it could be a patrol officer, it could be, because we work with other agencies, we have DART in our area, a DART officer can come by and pick up copies of the video for their case.
But typically, at some point, somebody who works for DPD picks up the flash drive and it's added to whatever case, if any, that DPD may file.
Correct, because no one in Fusion has access to the portal for case filing or whatever it's called. So the detective would have to be able to supply that.
Okay. And are you aware that Detective Kerner was assigned to essentially just pick up these
Yes, ma'am.
these files? And but he wasn't necessarily particularly assigned to the direct file of this offense. He was just assigned to pick up these videos on a flash drive.
Correct.
So nothing to do with the case at all, just there to pick up the videos from Fusion.
Yes, ma'am.
Fusion screen records them, and but Deep Ellum is able to owns the cameras.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
You may.
So you said you were working that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of the basic facts of what had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
There was some sort of altercation that required that initiated a signal 15.
Correct.
So did you also I'll pass them to Ms.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective Hale, quickly. So this video isn't from Deep Ellum Foundation. This is actually a computer recording of the video from Deep Ellum Foundation.
Correct.
So it's not even the original.
Correct.
And this video is, you have access to the Deep Ellum Foundation stream. You can play and rewind videos.
Correct.
You cannot edit videos.
Correct.
You cannot record videos.
Correct.
But you can, basically with a body camera or whatever system in place, record it on your own monitor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why then, when these are records or these videos are filed, why do they have a Deep Ellum Foundation business record affidavit affixed to it? Because it's technically not a business or Deep Ellum Foundation business record, is it, at that point?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have access to the stream. Does the Deep Ellum Foundation retain these videos indefinitely?
No, sir.
Do you know how long they retain the videos?
I believe it's approximately 16 days.
So, not exactly a business record, if it's meant to be kept in perpetuity, right?
Correct.
So, unless there's a request from DPD, or do you even request anything from Deep Ellum Foundation in order to obtain these videos? Or do you just automatically have a link, you can go to a camera, put in a time, place, and watch that particular video?
That would be correct. We would be able to log into their system, go to a time frame, and then watch that video.
They have no knowledge you're even doing that. You actually don't even have to go through the foundation to request permission to do that, right?
Actually, you do. We have a login system.
Okay.
In order to log into their system, it would be tracked that way, I would assume.
But the videos we're talking about here, videos 1, 2, 3, and 4, that Detective Fusion did a computer record, correct?
Correct.
Those videos, and I'm assuming you can't edit the Fusion video, but you can edit videos on your computer, right?
No, sir.
You can?
No, sir.
Okay, well, those videos are then downloaded to a flash drive.
Correct.
And then that flash drive is taken and uploaded to an LEA system, right?
Correct.
And then from the LEA system, they're somehow transitioned into TechShare or whatever. Is that right?
If that's what you're saying, yes.
I don't know. I'm learning all this kind of last minute. So Detective Croner was the one who apparently took the flash drive from Fusion and uploaded it to LEA, right?
All I can say is Detective Kerner is the one who collected the videos. I don't know what he did with them after that.
That's all I have.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to go wait in the DA work. Please watch your step. Thank you. All right, briefly, arguments account.
Judge, a couple things. So this is kind of illuminating. These videos are claimed to be the business records of the Deep Ellum Foundation. That's how they're presented to the court in a way, the way the state's presented it to be self-authenticating, a business record affidavit. Well, frankly, the Deep Ellum Foundation isn't even aware they're being recorded. They have access to DPD. They don't even keep the videos for longer than 16 days. It's clearly not a business record because a business record has to be retrievable at a later date so that the business dealings accurately or can be accurately reviewed as required. Like I said before, business records are a document, generally speaking. In most legal terms, it's either hard copied or a digital copy that records an act, condition, or event that's related to business. So that's part of my objection. Then my second objection is that this isn't even the best evidence. This is a computer copy of the recording. It's not the original. And certainly they can go to the Deep Ellum Foundation and get the original version of this. It's basically a stream which they can download and put on a flash drive, which is then later uploaded and then somehow transferred over here. But my original objection was Lieutenant Quinlan did not lay the proper predicate, and that this is not a business record, or this shouldn't be admitted under this business record affidavit exception to self-authentication. So that's my objection to these videos, Your Honor.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you, support. Your Honor, in State's Exhibit 2A, it contains an affidavit, okay? The second page of that exhibit, and that affidavit states that the custodian of records, Adam Holden, who was employed with the Deep Ellum Foundation, he's verifying that the 4 videos that DPD downloaded were Deep Ellum Foundation videos. And he says that he's signed this affidavit saying that they are kept in the regular course of business. And counsel talks about that business record affidavit being a document. That's not all what a business record affidavit is. It says it's a copy of a record. And it also says that accompanied by an affidavit that complies with subparagraph B of this rule and any other requirements of the law, and the record that the affidavit served in accordance with subparagraph A. For good cause shown, the court may order that a business record be treated as presumptively authentic, even if a proponent fails to comply with subparagraph A. However, Your Honor, we've authenticated this video through Lieutenant Quinlan. When you look at 901 for authentication, the requirements are that, or one of the requirements is that to satisfy the requirement of authenticating or identifying an item of evidence, it can be done with testimony that an item is what it claims to be. Testimony of a witness with knowledge. Witnesses, even civilians, have often authenticated surveillance videos, or potentially cell phone recordings of an event if they were a witness to the event. So counsel is saying that these videos can't be authenticated because they're not from the Deep Ellum Foundation. Well, Adam Holden has signed an affidavit that says they are. Then we also have brought a witness to the court that says that the video shows what it purports to be. And Your Honor, in Fowler v. State, one of the holdings regarding admissibility of evidence and authentication, it says that video recordings without audio, they're treated as photographs, and they're properly authenticated when it can be proved that the images accurately represent the scene in question and are relevant to the disputed issue. So the video in State Exhibit 2, relevant to the disputed issue, it has been authenticated by Lieutenant Quinlan. You heard him say that it hasn't been altered or edited in any manner. You heard Detective Hale say that they cannot alter or edit the video from Deep Ellum Foundation. And so the state believes that State Exhibit 2 should be admissible because it is, one, with either the business record affidavit from the Deep Ellum Foundation and also with Lieutenant Quinlan's testimony that it is what it purports to be.
Although the predicate relating to relevance of the video, the predicate questions were not fully elicited from the witness, the court finds that substantial compliance was made, that the videos have been authenticated through Lieutenant Quinlan's testimony, that they accurately depict the events of the night in question. Therefore, the defense objection to the one video that I saw is overruled.
And Your Honor, there are 3 other angles on State Exhibit 2. Is the ruling also related to those as well?
From the, all right,
The videos are all from the same camera, they're just later in time. And
wait, what? Cause she's saying there's different videos from different angles.
are there different angles? or the same?
No, Judge, it was just it
There's
was just 4 videos.
4
and it
videos
just-
from the same camera, it's a time elapsed deal.
Right, and they're all less than 4 minutes, so it just kind of breaks them up.
All right,
Can I save the court some time?
yes,
Okay. I would still object, and your ruling is clear, they will be admissible, and I'll just, if we can just get that on the record, then I'm satisfied with.
well, what did these other videos show?
They're this exact same time, one video goes from 2 o'clock to 2:10, the next video 2:10 to 2:15, the next video 2:15 to, it's the same video, just shows kind of a progression of the night. So that's
All right,
basically,
well, what happens, anything that happened after the defendant was in custody has been ruled to be not admissible.
there's no audio.
Right, it's no audio, and it's not an interaction with Lieutenant Cohen and the defendant, but it does show him walking back to the squad car, different
In
events of that
handcuffs?
night. No, I'm saying it shows Lieutenant Clement, that was his squad car. That's
All right, I've seen one video, that video is admissible. Any other videos that I have not been shown, I am not gonna make a ruling on. So if there's other videos you wanna show me at this time,
I'll waive my objections for videos 2, 3, and 4, whatever they are.
all right,
Um,
all right,
Can I
then
ask,
we are at lunch until 1:15.
instead of me having to object while these witnesses are testifying, would the court grant me a running objection to the video?
You need to object in front of the jury, then I will,
Okay, thank you, Judge.
you can renew your objection at that time, and then I will, give you a running objection to the video.
Thanks.
All right, we're at lunch till 1:15.
Thank you. That's yours, right?
I gotta take it back.
We're not gonna eat the same thing? We're not gonna share your lunch?
We ain't got no lunch, man. 45 minutes.
Downstairs.
Man,
It'll
baby,
take
you
me
got no
15
45
minutes to
minutes.
get there,
It take-
15 minutes to get
It
back.
take that long for the food to get here.
Yeah.
I should've ordered at 11 something.
I'm starving.
And you got there.
I could use some muffins.
I got your sandwiches
Them
right here.
gourmet sandwiches.
Trade for those
I
muffins.
almost wanna eat one.
to review each of those videos and figure out if they're independently visible, you know?
He was objecting to that. Really the first one, because that shows the interaction, but other ones are, can't be evidentiary value, really can't. And he's like, I'm sorry, because I was like, I'm afraid if I don't get those in, then the witness is going to, you see what I'm saying, to, I'm like, I gotta get them all in with them. And I feel the need to hush them, so I did the angles, I wish I'm not complaining, yeah, so I'm just like, I'm trying to get the whole exhibit in.
She said something weird about it now.
He said, we're gonna be done that too.
The jury enjoyed it.
Oh, or do you have,
So they don't care.
I'm gonna go upstairs to the weight room, outside, we're gonna run, start having hearings,
They're not gonna hear it.
so just kind of. And then,
is there any other video that he's gonna fight over?
yeah, the one with him. And I think he wanted to go ahead and do that here. I think he wanted to go ahead and do that, the judge was, wanted a lunch break. The one with him.
What's on the body cam? Oh, that's Hales?
He's gonna testify.
I thought that was Santana's.
Is that surveillance?
Wait,
Oh, so the surveillance video from Dustin is looking at your.
I never seen it.
He's very intelligent. She's out just attacked. One kind of report.
Well, I think we did the attention we not sign. Yeah, no reductions. So that's what I was trying to do.
yeah.
And so what's gonna happen is, there's not one correction, so I have that case already. I got some cases that they gave me some too about.
Yeah. Here, what do you know how to use it? Is it just a burn?
No, because she said I can't put it in the stuff with,
Another long night tonight.
Did she make a ruling or good?
That's very tight.
one in our own or one
Me and
not.
Johnson be down
So
there.
that's
Johnson be
which
doing that.
Patrick said, this is what I asked.
Oh, man,
you."
Johnson.
So I could already use it. So she's
Yeah.
not putting in any of the statements
They
that,
graduate.
that we believe were just
Right.
with the defendant. So I have that,
Let me
I don't,
repeat
I have certain
They've
portions
already
of it that I know we can get into,
that, except for
since
one.
she's let that,
Fawn.
not admit that I have to
Fawn.
meet those.
Fawn used to
So I
be.
can't just meet him in front of the jury, I have to exhibit where it's not. But that's why I asked today. So I didn't have to,
Do it today.
right,
On the spot.
right.
So what else do you need besides the video?
Nothing, I'm just gonna talk to the officers real quick and let them know we're gonna be having hearings and let Quinlan know he can't talk about the statement. I wanna know, like, do you think I should get Stephen around on the staff? Cause he's getting, I'm not sure he's antsy.
Yeah, he is.
You think I should get him on after Quinlan?
Maybe
Just to get rid of him?
yeah.
Cause I was on call Santana. You know, they on the clock. I mean, even if you're not, he's getting overtime, you know?
Yeah, maybe Kohler Ross next.
Well, I gotta finish with, Quinlan. Yeah, Pat's trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm learning, but I asked you so we could do all this, we could have did all this, yesterday. Well, that was too late, Judge probably wasn't gonna do it this morning, but, you know, before the jury got here, then.
I just told everybody to look.
Okay, well, I'll see if anybody's upstairs. You can go ahead and get some to eat, Captain. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna go flip my bag upstairs on 10.
Okay.
If Quinlan's up there, I'll talk to him, and then I might as well just call Stephen. I'll tell him he's next.
I think we should.
I just told him to look, so.
Okay, when you get back, just tell him he's next, and he gets back to lunch.
Okay. Did you read?
When you were a police officer, when you made an arrest, you brought them to the central intake, right?
Mm-hmm.
You drop them off to somebody and you go back to the streets, is that correct?
Yes, uh-huh.
Well, Fawn used to be one of the people that y'all would drop off to. He was T-code certified because he was in Dallas Academy. He got kicked out. And he didn't get kicked out until he got T-code certified. So he was down there working for Dallas City, and he was T-code certified.
Mm-hmm.
He applied to cross over into the deputy program.
Fawn, F-A-W-N.
Fawn, P-H-O-N-G.
Oh, an Asian guy. Yes, he was DPD.
I know he got kicked out, but he didn't get kicked out until he was T-code certified. Fawn was kind of off though, but Dallas County
Yeah, I remember that dude.
allowed him to cross over because he applied.
Uh-huh.
We processed him through. Johnson was telling me, he said, what before them now? So I'm Coleman's husband. And,
He's lieutenant, though, right? I mean, Johnny Coleman.
regular,
Oh, really? Okay.
regular police
Oh, that's
officer.
her brother.
He transferred him over from Dallas County,
Okay.
lateral transfer. And what's his name? Big short dude, brother? He's already here, he part-time.
Jones?
No. His name was
DPD?
Randolph.
Oh,
You know? We started doing work I 9 with Turner, with Tucker. He's going through. And it's Johnson. And it's Fawn. Every time they have to partner up and do a buddy, they run from Fawn to a partner and leave Johnson with Fawn. Johnson, you know, he don't make no big deal, he don't see it. He said if I Fawn has never looked good in nothing. And so it's a lieutenant that's in there. I forgot his name. But Johnson was saying how good of a guy this dude was, man, and how he really helps Fawn. And he told Fawn, I have a 0% failure in my training, my transfer. So I tell you right there, he's gonna help. He gonna mess up his average, and he gonna let Fawn fail.
yeah.
And then the FTO program, Johnson was under him.
Mhm.
Johnson said that, because Ms. Jones, she might be places. She was saying how, she said she would pay to get that lieutenant back over. I forgot the name, but she said she was under him when he was over at the jail.
Mhm.
She said that is the best, one of the best supervisors that's here. She said she would pay to get him back
No.
if she could. And Johnson, hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. How's y'all?
How you doing?
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
That's probably her client.
No, not at all. I work at the prosecutor's office. It's just for y'all.
It is?
Mm-hmm. He'll show it to you.
And we're in trouble?
No, no, not at all. Not at all.
I should leave that alone. I know. Where's she from? The DA's office, you say?
I don't know, bro. Good.
She cut out.
Huh?
She in there?
The door ain't open.
We just can't talk about that. Well,
Is, Judge in today?
I think she's in her office, but the doors are closed. You might can knock on and get away with it.
I'm sorry?
I think she's in her office, the door's closed, but you
Judge
might.
Annian is not at, everything's locked up, so I don't know if she's not here today or,
Oh, she here over at trial.
no.
Oh.
Judge Annian upstairs.
Oh.
Judge
Onion,
I butcher her name every time.
yeah, just,
Everything's locked up, there's nobody up there, so I just need another judge.
they're in the, I'm gonna go upstairs for a couple of minutes. We
Okay.
said 1:15.
1:15, so if you want to wait, or if you want to leave your document here to 1:15, because the judge come back out,
I don't want to interrupt her lunch, if she's back here eating or whatever.
I don't know, you can go back there and check, I'm saying, you can go back there and check her, if you want.
Okay.
I'm gonna knock on, you knock on.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna knock.
That's a smart move.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt
Yeah,
her.
I would go back there.
No. Can I just leave this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is subpoena. Just tell her that Judge upstairs is not in.
Okay.
I just need her to sign this, and I'll come back after.
Okay.
You said 1:15, she's back?
1:15, we go back
About
into
1:30,
trial.
I'll just check in with you.
Yes, sir?
Thanks, man, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Can I go out this way?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Marvin, what's up, brother? I'm in jury trial right now, so I'll call you when I get finished later this week. Thank you for reaching out to me. Period. I am currently in a jury trial. When I'm done, I will look into his situation. Please let people know that I'm currently back in college. Later this week. My trial is being live streamed in case somebody wants to watch. I will warn you, it's incredibly boring. Coming up.
You wanna talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. I just have a seat.
This thing's really annoying. Kind of right in the way. You from Dallas?
No, sir, Chicago.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Kansas City.
You're from Chicago?
No, but I love Chicago.
Oh, okay.
I went to school in Ohio, and a lot of my friends were from the Chicago area.
Oh, okay.
So I spent a lot of time there.
Where about,
I couldn't tell you. I know that the girl that I dated in college went to Lyons Township.
Lyons Township?
I don't know where that is.
Is that?
But I think it's kind of on the northern, eastern side.
Uh-huh.
And I had a lot of friends from Evanston.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say, up in
Yeah.
Evanston, yeah, that's
It
where
might
the
be,
money was.
Yeah, probably.
Wow.
So you're a Cubs or Sox fan?
I'm a Sox, but I like both of them. I grew up a Cubs fan, and man, I was such a Cubs fan when I was a kid. We used to cut school, the whole 8th grade, nothing but, it was all boys. And we cut, they knew, no boys were in the class, so they said, why come no boys? So they called all our parents. I was in 8th grade, I never will forget that. It was opening day. My mother, they laughed, they didn't.
Like it's opening day.
Right, I didn't get in trouble or nothing,
Yeah,
because
that's funny.
all the boys in the whole class went.
That's great. Wrigley Field's,
It's pretty though, it's
It's
so green.
yeah.
That's when they had day baseball, they had no lights or nothing then. I was back in 73, maybe, 73. 50 years.
I've been to Wrigley, but I've never been to, it used to be Comiskey. I don't
yeah.
know what it is now.
It went to Comiskey Park, then it went to New Comiskey Park,
Yeah.
and now it's Guaranteed Rate
Oh.
Stadium. Now they're trying to get a new stadium though, That's another $2 billion that they want the
That's
taxpayers to
crazy.
pay. The Bears want a new stadium, that's almost $5 billion they want the taxpayers to pay.
And the Bears won't move out to Chicago because that's a historical place.
Soldier Fields.
Soldier Field.
Yes, I worked there when I was, oh my goodness, you talking about cold coming off that lake.
Yeah,
I was
it's,
an usher.
Chicago's crazy cold.
Yeah.
Crazy cold.
Like colder than,
Yeah.
I went to school in Ohio and I thought that was cold.
Now, how it gets cold too now?
It gets cold, but Chicago, the wind, it's
Yeah.
just freaking wind.
Minnesota and Wisconsin are the coldest two states though in the United
I've
States.
been to
I've been to
Madison,
both.
I was in Madison, Wisconsin a few times.
Yeah.
It was pretty cold, but I swear Chicago in February
Yeah,
was the coldest I've ever been.
they got a special cold there.
Yeah. But it's
The winter
beautiful.
effect.
Chicago, in my opinion, is like outside of Dallas, which just because I'm from here.
So is it worse to play in Green Bay or Chicago during the winter? They both are
I'd say
bad.
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Because at least Chicago, you can go hit a bar
Yeah.
or go someplace to eat. Green Bay, they don't have anything. I've never been there, I don't know. But
I've been,
The whole city owns.
yeah, that's right.
the whole city owns Green Bay.
Right.
They're the only team in the NFL.
It's probably would be
city
fun
owns.
to go to a game there.
I may not be exact.
I've never been to Green Bay, that's our team.
I'll say that's what
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, ladies.
See, no problem.
All right, we're ready for the defendant.
Okay.
He gonna come back, Judge. You don't know what to say.
All right, sir.
You wanna,
Oh.
he gonna come.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Judge,
Only got 2 minutes.
are you live streaming?
Oh, yeah.
Judge, are we continuing with the hearing, or are we gonna, cause you wanted to go over it with Hale, you wanted to, I don't know what you want.
Last I knew, he withdrew his objection to the other videos.
Yes, but there's that other video with Hale, did you wanna go ahead and do that now? Cause you're gonna be back at 1:30, so you wanna go do that now?
No.
No, jury's back at 1:15.
Oh, okay, see, okay.
So, are there any other videos? I mean, if you have an objection, that's okay.
I do have an objection.
To, what is this next video?
This is a body cam video of another surveillance camera down in Depot.
It's not with Quinlan though, but it's with Hale.
When is Hale gonna testify?
amended my witness word because of the progression of trial, so I'm gonna call probably Stephen Arouse next, if I can get him on his way.
Yeah,
And then
let's just wait until right before he testifies. Let's try to get some more testimony on today. So if you could line them up and bring them in.
Yes, sir.
I guess we do that at break. What? Oh, so I guess, I wanted to see how the court wanted to address this, so I did confer with counsel yesterday about some of the things, on the body cameras that he was gonna object to. So those are the things that I did mute. Now, the hearing we had this morning, I wasn't aware he was gonna object to, so I don't have that muted. Remember, I told you I had already muted it on the camera, on the recording rather, so the portion that the court, sustained, I don't have that, muted on the video itself, so I have to manually do it. But I do.
All right, the only video that I sustained an objection to was the entirety of the video between this defendant and Lieutenant Quinlan.
Yes, Sean, it's contained in State's Exhibit number 1, and so what I'm saying is what he let me know that he was gonna object to, and I agreed to go ahead and mute, that has already been done. This morning, I did not have, since he objected to that and the court sustained, I did not already have that prepared to be muted. So the exhibit that I have prepared is what's not muted as far as what the court.
What it is, you're not talking about Lieutenant Quinlan's body cam?
Yes, and so I'm saying I'm gonna offer that for
Okay.
all purposes, but for the intention of when the jury, I'm happy to edit it tonight for purposes of that being muted, because otherwise, if they wanna watch that, then they're gonna have to come out here, during deliberations and
Which they will have to do.
okay. So that's one, so if the
Unless
court
you
wanted
want-
me to redo the video later to mute that portion.
Just any portion that shows this defendant in handcuffs is not admissible.
Right, and so maybe I'm not being clear, so there are other portions of the body camera of Lieutenant Clem that I intend to play.
I assume when he turns around, here's the shots, as you stated in your opening. Hold on, Deputy Sadler.
Right, so
Yeah.
what's in Exhibit 1 is the entire portion of Lieutenant Quinlan's body camera. I've muted certain portions that we agreed that needed to be muted, what I had. So that's why you didn't hear it on certain portions when you were hearing the hearing. The one that, when you sustained the entire conversation,
Why-
that's not muted.
Why don't you play for me what you want to show the jury? How long is it?
Judge, I think I can clarify.
Are you objecting to any of the stuff that she wants to show?
Can I clarify first, and then the video that she intends to offer is the State's Exhibit number 1. Last
Which
night,
I ruled was inadmissible because nobody told me that there was anything else on it, so I'm simply wanting to get this jury in the box so we can hear some testimony.
the whole body cam is on the video. The part that is inadmissible is his conversation with my client, right? Which they intend to not play, correct?
Right.
She had already muted when she got on Movie Maker or whatever editing tool, based on our discussion, she muted that part of the video when she created the exhibit. So that part of it's already muted. The rest of it that you deemed inadmissible is not muted. So what she's
Correct.
saying is, I can take the exhibit, offer it today, and then actually go back and mute that part, so when the jury does, if they decide to listen to it later, we don't have to.
Do you have an objection to whatever exhibit she's trying to get admitted?
The only the ones I've already recorded, Judge.
All right, then there's nothing to discuss.
Okay.
If you have any objection to whatever it is she wants to show now?
No.
All right. All right, we're ready.
All right.
All right, you need your witness.
Yeah.
still under oath. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I apologize for the delays. We have been working hard to get the testimony before you, but sometimes things come up that require extensive hearings outside your presence that you are not to wonder about. Now, I do see that some of you are taking notes. The rule on taking notes is this. You can take notes if you want to. I'm a big doodler myself. But you cannot use your notes in your deliberations. That's because we have a licensed, trained, and former president of the local chapter, a certified shorthand reporter. And she keeps the record. Because if one of you writes something down one way and somebody else thinks they heard it a different way, that just creates a mess. And you have to leave your notes here at the end of the day. So, but you're welcome to doodle if you want to. All right. You may proceed, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Ron. Lieutenant Clun, I believe where we left off. One moment, Your Honor. At some point, you all, and when I say you all, the officers out on scene, Officer Santana, Officer Luis Navarro, and yourself, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
End up taking the individual into custody,
Yes, ma'am.
and then, but you also you also continued the investigation as to what occurred. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also end up, or Officer Navarro, another officer as well, end up talking to one of the witnesses, Stephen Arouse, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the interactions that you testified to thus far, were they captured on body-worn camera?
I believe on the other officer's body-worn camera, I believe Officer Navarro. I believe some of mine may have captured over here in some of their conversations, yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, that was a confusing question. Really what I'm asking is, you testified earlier about how you heard a disturbance, heard a gunshot, proceeded, signal 15. Did you have a body-worn camera equipped on May 21st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was wearing my body-worn camera.
Okay. And did you activate your body-worn camera at some point?
Yes, ma'am, after the defendant was taken into custody, yes, ma'am.
Now, Coach Sharma?
You may.
Now, Lieutenant Clement, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your body-worn camera from May 21st, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review it for your testimony this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as what occurred that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think this body-worn camera will be helpful to the jury to understand your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state will offer for all purposes State's Exhibit number 1, tendering to defense.
No objection, subject to the court's earlier rulings.
All right, the State's Exhibit number 1, excluding the portion that the court has previously ruled on, is admitted for all purposes. Would you like the lights off?
Not yet. Well, maybe just a little bit, yes, Your Honor. case exhibit number 1, Lieutenant Quinlan, what do we see here that I'm circling in the top right-hand corner of this body camera?
You see the year, month, and day, and then the time.
And what does that time currently say?
2:02 a.m.
And the date?
May 21st, 2022.
And this also says Axon body, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with how the Axon body camera system works?
Yes, ma'am.
So when officers who are equipped with body worn camera, when they first activate it, does the first 30 seconds contain audio?
No, ma'am. The way the body worn camera is designed, we are required to turn the body worn camera on at the beginning of our shift, which means we're powering it on. To record video, we have to double tap the large circle here in the center of the body worn camera, and then there is a 30-second buffering process where the video is catching up to the audio.
So the first 30 seconds of your body camera, we're not going to hear audio, is that fair?
Correct.
And right at 30 seconds, is that your finger we see you double tapping to activate your body worn camera?
Correct, ma'am.
How am I supposed to hear that? Stop running! Stop running from home! Sammy, how are you? Let's identify and find that man's name. It's my mom. You're definitely not my shoe. What do you mean, bro? Stop handling me, bro. The way he was walking the snow, I thought so too. I'm good.
Can I see the attorneys? All right, if you could send the jury out, please. We need to have.
All rise.
You may be seated. All right, the court asks the attorneys to approach because prior to bringing the jury in, I stated for the record that Ms. Moore stated for the record, it's not an interaction with the lieutenant and the defendant. It shows him walking back to the squad car, and I said in handcuffs. Ms. Moore said, no, I'm saying Lieutenant Quinlan was at the squad car. And I said, all right, I've seen that video, and that video is inadmissible. And any other videos that I have not been shown, I'm going to make a ruling on. Wait, I went back too far. All right, none of that other portion that we were discussing prior to bringing the jury in was on the record. I explained to the state that any video showing the defendant in handcuffs was deemed inadmissible. And that video just showed the defendant in handcuffs and in custody.
You said it twice, Judge, actually.
I did.
I know. So.
Do you have an objection?
I object to that being displayed, and my objection, when they offered the exhibit, I said no objection subject to your previous ruling, which I believe that's what it was. So I would object to that being shown to the video, shown in front of the jury, and I would ask that it be stricken, and I'd move for a mistrial.
All right, I'm going to take that into consideration. We're in recess.
Does mayor respond?
No.
mean, cause I mean, like, they don't even know what's going on, they don't know what's going on, like, they just, you know what I'm saying, like, they don't even know what's going on. Because it's still an investigation, which is why I know you said you weren't gonna object to it. And the portion I showed you with the black lady, he's like, what happened, he was like, I'm not gonna object to that, but I showed you, yesterday. All that's on this part.
I'm talking about in the court's mind, the very first thing she saw was a client in handcuffs, and she explicitly stated 30 seconds before, twice, no videos, was that. And I didn't object to it. I said,
Listen to them little footsteps. All rise. Oh,
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Marissa knows she's coming.
Sorry, I would,
That's all right.
hurt you another thing.
All right, in consideration of the motion, oral motion for mistrial made by the defense, that is denied. Do you have any requests?
Well, Judge, I asked that my objection, I guess I would request that video be stricken from the record.
Granted, that video is completely stricken.
And any future video that the state has, which tends to show my client in handcuffs, I would ask that that be disallowed from being viewed by the jury. I don't know if this is the time to make that objection, but I can do it at the time.
Prior to resuming the testimony this afternoon, the court stated to the prosecutor that any video showing the defendant in handcuffs would not and is not admissible. The video just shown to the jury begins not with the alleged offense, but begins with the defendant in handcuffs. Do you have any other requests?
Well, I objected, you sustained my objection, I moved to strike, and then I moved, and you granted that, and I moved for mistrial, you denied that, so I have no further objections or requests at this time.
Do you want me to instruct the jury to disregard the
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
video?
Please ask the jury to disregard that portion of the video.
Instruct them?
Yes.
And I will do so.
And Judge, may I be heard for the record?
Sure.
And so, just so that I'm particularly clear, because in communicating with counsel, I believe we had the same beliefs as to sort of the court's ruling.
I don't care what the defense attorney told you. This court made a ruling and described it to you and expected it to be followed.
Yes, Your Honor, and I understand. I'm simply saying that this was not an intentional act upon the state to disregard the court's ruling. Basically, I had the same understanding that counsel had about, and so it was not an intentional act upon the state. And I know counsel did not object, and so I just want to make sure moving forward.
The defense attorney objected to he had no objection to State's Exhibit number 1 as long as it comported with the court's ruling. And then you played it and it did not comport with the court's ruling. It is as simple as that.
Yes, Your Honor, and if I may confer with counsel to make sure I'm on the same page as far as what the state intends to play moving forward.
The fact that someone has been arrested, it has no bearing on whether someone committed an offense at their trial.
Yes, I
So
just,
what was your purpose in showing that video to the jury, other than character evidence?
so
To
Your
make
Honor,
it seem like he's guilty.
and Your Honor, that was not the intent of the state. Again, in conversations with counsel, he agreed that we could get into all of this because it was a part of the investigation. It does show what I believe Officer Lieutenant Quinn already testified to before the jury about finding the shell casing. He did testify that he activated his body-worn camera after the defendant was taken into custody. The jury has heard that. He testified that it happened a little bit after 2 a.m. and then he was confirmed with Officer Navarro and Santana. So that is what's captured on here, and initially counsel did not have an objection, and then we had the hearing about the particular statements. So that is why I fast forwarded to the particular statements that in the interaction that counsel was objecting to at that time. And a part of those statements and the interactions with the defendant, he was in custody at that time. And so this initial interaction was not something that I was under the impression was a part of the court's ruling related to the defendant being in custody, being in conversation with Lieutenant Quinlan. But it does shortly thereafter show what he's testified to in front of the jury. So I just wanted the court to know it was not an intentional act upon the state to play any of that, and knowing that counsel was already in agreement with it, it was not something that I understood to be a part of the court's ruling. So I just wanted to confer with Mr. Jordan to make sure that moving forward, we're gonna be on the same page as far as making sure that he's gonna be in agreement with the things that I'm playing with as far as the body camera. Because if there is gonna be an objection, then I wanted to have the hearing to clear it all up.
The court's ruling is, you cannot play any video before this jury that shows the defendant in handcuffs and in custody.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that. I'm talking about.
You do understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm talking about other video that I wanna make, because he says he didn't.
Whatever other video there is, no video can be played in front of this jury, no matter whose body worn camera it is, that shows this defendant handcuffed and in custody.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand. I'm referring to other portions of the video that does not show the defendant in custody in handcuffs. I just want to confer with counsel to make sure.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, I mean, all of this that you said you were fine with me playing. I mean, I had to stand here, I mean, it's all what we were showing. So then this is right. No, it's gonna show, like, you want to object to the conversation, because yesterday said you want to object to the conversation that he was in.
That's ship is sailed.
Right,
So
so I'm saying, I mean, that's, that
I know what I
doesn't show,
said.
right, that doesn't show any cuffs, though, that's what I'm saying, making sure that, see, none of this, so like, obviously, that's what I'm saying, this portion where they go. Okay, so, yeah.
Yeah, she just said they use completely restricted. Any video that shows device restricted.
Yeah, this is.
That one's closed.
Well, then let me show you this.
When we finish with Lieutenant Quinlan, and then you're gonna call Rawls, right?
Yeah.
So then, after that, who do you want to call?
Santana. Do a break, and do a replay, I'll show you what it's thinking.
Are there any other videos between now and Santana?
No, because everyone else is done. Okay. So Judge, me and counsel agreed to finish up with Quinlan, and then with the other officer's body camera, we'll confer as far as what he's going to, object to, but we can go ahead and proceed, because the next witness doesn't have any visual evidence.
All right, do you have any more questions of this witness?
Yes.
Well, it hasn't even gone across yet. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Yeah.
I would like to re-urge this motion for mistrial, Your Honor, because what was pointed out to me was that what the jury did view was my client being manhandled, my term, cuffed, pants falling down, frisked, all in front of the jury. And, you know, someone speaking to him, my client's, you know, under distress. This was immediately after the video began playing, shortly after the court had ruled. I don't think you can unring that bell. And there's no remedy for that. You can ask the court to disregard, which, as you know, is just going to draw their attention even more to it, and they're going to, you know. So I would urge the court to reconsider granting a motion for new trial, or not a motion for new trial, a motion for mistrial. Excuse me.
Motion for mistrial, even with reconsideration, is denied. We're ready.
All right.
All right, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am hereby instructing you that you must disregard the entire video that you saw prior to the break and disregard any evidence depicting this defendant under arrest for this offense. Any evidence of an arrest is not relevant to this case, and you shall not consider it when evaluating the evidence in this case. You may proceed, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Lieutenant Quinlan, you testified earlier that you were initially at the intersection of, or Crowdis and Elm, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Particularly at 100 North Crowdis Street, that particular area, is that in Dallas County,
Yes, ma'am.
the state of Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And that area, now I know you said you were assigned to Central Business District, but that area, you called it the Dallas Entertainment District?
It's one of the entertainment districts in Central.
And that's not, that particular area just contains bars, businesses, things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not an area where the intersection of where this offense occurred, where the defendant lived or anything like that, correct?
That's my knowledge, ma'am.
About how long would you say that you all were out there in Deep Ellum that night?
Officers had detail at Central Patrol at 8 p.m. I believe they usually ask them to get on post by 9 p.m.
Particularly for this particular offense?
How long was I out there at that particular location?
Yes.
I would say I arrived maybe 30 minutes to 15 minutes prior to 2 a.m.
And eventually once, and so what other role did you have in the investigation of this case?
Mostly just supervising the officers working, trying to find the shell casing and make sure they had everything they needed for their investigation and their reports.
And was a shell casing eventually found?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you involved in writing a report for this case?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in making or let me ask this, in your, so you're the lieutenant on scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when there's an offense that occurs, do the patrol officers typically call a sergeant or a lieutenant?
Typically calls, sergeant.
But you happen to be on scene at the time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So were you sort of the, I guess the high-ranking officer that the patrol officers turn to for guidance?
Yes, ma'am, I would have been the highest ranking officer out there. There were other sergeants out there in the area, but I would have been the highest ranking, supervisor in the area.
And so the jury knows this is about 2 a.m. when the businesses in that area are closing. How else would you describe the scene at that point when, after you heard the gunshot?
I would say it was still an active, hectic scene. You still have people, you still have civilians, roaming the area on the sidewalks and the streets. Suspect, is in custody. You still have an active crime scene where you're trying to, ascertain exactly, what took place, any evidentiary value you may have for evidence out there on the streets, trying to secure that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Lieutenant Quinlan, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And does State's Exhibit 2, does that fairly and accurately represent the events that you described took place initially when you were interacting with Officer Santana and Officer Navarro?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it show the events that you have already testified and described to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think State's Exhibit 2 would be, excuse me, helpful to the jury to understand your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm also showing you what's just been marked as State's Exhibits 3 through 12. If you don't mind flipping through those. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 3 through 12?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are State's Exhibits 3 through 12?
3 through 12, being the gun tag, it's a property tag, where the pistol that was recovered at the scene was placed in the property room. It is a manila folder where the gun tag is attached to that they put the shell casing in the Ziploc bag.
And so State's Exhibit 3 through 12, they're actually contain photographs of the shell casing that was recovered and then the envelope and gun tag that's associated that follows that case. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
there?
Yes, ma'am. That is the property tag for the shell casing.
any alterations or deletions to State Exhibit 3 through 12 to your knowledge,
That's my knowledge.
fairly accurately represent the information that you testified to being the shell casing, the gun tag, and the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
Helpful, I think State Exhibit 3 through 12 will be helpful for the jury to understand your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state's going to offer for all purposes State Exhibit 2 through 12 tendering to defense.
Renew my earlier objection to State's Exhibit 2, and I have no objection to 3 through 12, Your Honor.
All right, your objection to State's Exhibit number 2 is overruled. However, the court will grant your previous motion for running objection to State's Exhibit number 2. It is admitted for all purposes, State's Exhibits 3 through 12. The photographs are also admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish State Exhibit 2 through 12, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, Lieutenant Quinlan, at State Exhibit 2, there's no audio associated with these videos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is in fact surveillance video of that crowded street area, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
And for the record, I'm playing the video ending in _0. What date do you see in the bottom right-hand corner in this particular video?
May 21st, 2022,
And what's the time?
0:58 a.m. I'm sorry, 1:58 a.m.
Now here, sort of above the time, date, and stamped, is this your squad car here?
That is my squad car in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, yes, ma'am.
And you testified earlier that you were doing your rounds, checking in with the officers, and you were speaking with Officer Navarro and Officer Santana. Is that happening sort of off the screen a little bit here in this video we're watching?
Yes, ma'am, it's happening just adjacent to my squad car off the screen at the northwest corner of that intersection, yes, ma'am.
And you testified that Officer Navarro and Santana were facing you, and sort of your back was to sort of what we're seeing.
My back would have been facing southbound on Crowded Street, so towards the brown building there, yes, ma'am.
I'm pausing the video at 1 minute and 22 seconds. Lieutenant Quinlan, do you see that time now says 2 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Now off here to the right, where I'm circling my arrow to the right of the screen for the record, do you see an individual right here in a white shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pausing at 1 minute and 41 seconds. Is this bald gentleman, is that you, Lieutenant Quinlan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these two officers right here, are these, Officer Santana and Navarro?
That's correct.
And at this point, we sort of see you, it appears to be in the video in your left arm. Is this when you're calling for going towards your chest, is this when you're calling for the signal 15?
Yes, ma'am, it's about the time I'm getting on the radio to let the dispatcher know that we just had shots fired at our location.
Pausing at 1:49. And it gets a little blurry here, but we see you starting to run at this point, sort of towards for the record, at this black pickup truck here, sort of at the front of that pickup truck, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then a few paces in front of you, this would be on the right to you would be Officer Santana.
Correct, ma'am.
And then sort of right here at where the tail of this pickup truck, we see that individual in the white shirt. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to pause it and zoom in here. I've rewound to 1 minute and 8 seconds, and I'm zoomed in. Pausing at 1:51. Lieutenant Quinlan, the shell casing that was recovered, was it recovered somewhere in the street in this area here, where this appears to be a Chrysler and this pickup truck are?
Yes, ma'am, it was recovered on the street side, near the middle of the street, near yes, ma'am, the black Chrysler on the driver's side door.
Okay.
On the driver's side of the vehicle.
And this individual we see here, sort of in the middle of the street towards this silver van, is that the other individual that was involved in an altercation?
Yes, it appears to be the same individual that was involved in the disturbances.
I'm gonna back it up just a little bit, and I know you testified that you heard the gunshot. I want you to tell the jury where you, if you do, see a
Judge still leaving the witness, Your Honor.
Sustain, don't leave.
I'm gonna play the video, Lieutenant Coleman, if you could describe at any point that you see something that you heard that went into your investigation of the case. And pausing at 1:36. Did you see anything there, Lieutenant Quinlan?
Yes, ma'am. There's a few things that I can see leading up to that portion of the video that was just played. So, key indicator that we saw before the disturbance actually occurred is the bladed stance left hand only to move freely, where his right hand, if you see where his right arm is concealed behind the side of his body. He is in a bladed stance. We call that a combat stance in several different ways of you get in a combat stance to fight.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You get into a
Ask your
combat.
next question, please.
So, again, Lieutenant Colonel, you said you observed, and I'll replay it, in that 6-second interval, you observed several things that went into your investigation. One you just described as a bladed stance. What is the other thing you noticed?
You do see a slight flash in between the defendant and the complainant, just right on top of the right-hand side of that black Chrysler, indicating to me a gun flash, a muzzle flash.
Is there anything else you noticed?
Right before the muzzle flash, you do see the officer's flashlights starting to shine in that direction where they heard the disturbance of going on. So,
Replaying it.
I apologize. Just add, like I said, you see the defendant make the initial contact. I apologize, microphone. The initial contact with the other person involved in the disturbance as well.
Replaying at 1:25. Now pause at 1:34. Is that about the time you see that muzzle flash?
Yes, ma'am. You see it right before you just paused it.
So Lieutenant Colonel, in Exhibit 3, we see here one spent shell casing, and what is this?
Marked as the brand. That to me is an indication of the caliber of the bullet at .380 caliber.
And we see about the Baylor. Now, we're not referring, this is not referring to the hospital, correct?
No, ma'am. Our property, our Dallas Police Department property room is located on Baylor Street.
So Baylor Street property room,
Baylor
that's
Street property room.
what that indicates. Okay. And then we have the date and then the time as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that Exhibit 3 is just a close-up of what sort of the entire envelope that we see in Exhibit 4. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, let me go back to State's, that tag number that you were referring to. Is this that tag number you were referring to on the, earlier during your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. The related gun tag.
And then, Exhibit 6 is a photograph of that shell casing that was contained within that envelope, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically the plastic bag that was used to recover the shell casing on the scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Exhibit 7 is a picture of that shell casing in that plastic bag.
Yes, Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. And then it says that we actually have the shell casing removed from the bag, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is sort of the, it says it at 11. The inside of that empty shell casing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Quinlan.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Well, how are you?
It's 2:30.
Yes, sir.
Just getting started. So I'm gonna try and make this quick. You were working in Deep Ellum, as part of a DPD task force. I guess they were a lot of officers down at Deep Ellum, kind of, for what reason, what purpose?
It was you can call it the violent crime plan, so it's the initiative that they have set up for Deep Ellum, to oversaturate the area with police officers due to the violent crime that's been occurring in that area. Yes, sir.
The video that we just showed the jury, parts of it, there's actually a squad car parked right there in the corner of the video, right?
Yes, sir, my SWAT car.
And just right off the video is where you, Santana, and Navarro were standing.
Correct, sir.
And I take it that there were other officers, multiple other officers in the near vicinity of where this happened, right?
Correct, sir.
To anybody walking down the street, your presence was obvious. And would you agree with that assessment?
Repeat that. Anyone walking down the street?
Most of the people we see walking down the street would have noticed the police presence at that time.
Yes, sir.
That's the idea, is to be visible, right?
It'd be assumed they would notice. Yes, sir.
It's a deterrent, more or less, right?
Correct.
Okay. I have a couple of questions about just general policing. You all wear body cameras now, pretty much. All patrol officers, all police officers on duty, is that right? Uniform police officers.
All patrol officers, yes, sir.
Tell me how those body cameras operate.
Okay. So it's when you arrive for start of your shift, your body worn camera is in a docking station at the substation. You remove it from the docking station, you power it on, you attach it to the clip it comes with to your body, to your person. And as I explained earlier, when we go to activate the body worn camera, meaning turn it on to record, you have to double tap the center circle here to activate it, and then there's a buffering process where the audio is catching up to the video.
So every time the body camera is activated to record, there's a 30-second buffer.
Correct, sir.
And then the sound catches up with it.
Yes, sir.
Is there a light that flashes when a body camera is activated?
There's a red beacon light that comes on the top of the screen here, and then it also makes a beeping noise as well.
It's up to the individual officer to activate their own body camera, is that right?
To an extent. The body worn cameras can be manually activated, or if any officer within the vicinity of the squad car and the squad car's lights and sirens are activated, or even just the lights, if you're within 15 feet of that squad car, the body worn cameras automatically come on.
Okay. But in the heat of a moment, you're trained as a police officer and you go through extensive training, especially some senior command officer like you. But officers, when a situation arises, one of the first things they're supposed to do is activate their body camera, is that right?
When we make initial contact with an individual or at a call, the body worn camera per policy should be activated, but there's also a little caveat in there in critical incidents when it's safe to do so.
Does it back up recording? Is there like like an in-car camera, a camera in a patrol car, when it's activated, it actually backs up a few minutes, is that right? When the lights are activated on a squad car, it goes back back in time and actually may capture what occurred prior to the lights coming on?
Our old camera systems did that. The new Axon cameras, it's the same way in the squad cars. They buffer for 30 seconds.
Okay.
So even though the camera is constantly recording, it doesn't capture, it doesn't save that data only for 30 seconds prior to being activated.
In other words, once it's activated though, that previous 30 seconds is stored and saved as well.
That's correct.
But that's not how the body worn cameras?
Body worn camera works the same way, sir. It only stores that 30 seconds prior to activation of the body worn camera.
So, okay, I see. So when it's activated is actually when the sound starts. That's the moment you activate it, and the 30 seconds prior to that is just what was recording without sound.
That is accurate, sir. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. You're standing there with Santana and Navarro. How many feet away from where this incident occurred?
I would say we're within 40, 50 feet.
Okay. Your back was turned.
Correct, sir.
You heard the gunshot, correct?
Correct, sir.
You did not see it.
Correct, sir.
You did not see what led up to this gun being discharged, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
But it's your belief, based on speaking with your fellow officers, that Santana and or Navarro saw what led up to that, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
You did not see a handgun.
I did at the end of the conclusion of the investigation.
You did not see a handgun during the commission of this offense.
Correct, sir.
You saw the handgun that was recovered later on.
Correct, sir.
And who was the officer that recovered that?
That would be Officer Santana.
Santana found a handgun, picked it up, cleared it, put it in evidence. That's when you saw it, correct?
Yes, that is accurate, sir.
Did you see my client with a handgun?
No, sir.
Okay. This video that we're watching, you first saw this video 2 weeks ago, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So we're talking about a muzzle flash and bladed stance and all that kind of stuff. You're giving that information to a jury based on your observation of this video, but not on based on your observation of what happened that night, is that correct?
Correct, with my back being turned to it, yes, sir.
Yeah, so you've seen the video, we've all seen it, and I guess we can all interpret it how we see fit, but that night you didn't see any of that, right?
Correct, sir.
You've seen the video now, and the DA asked you the question, what did you observe, what assisted you in your, I guess, the conclusions you drew of your investigation? And you said bladed stance, muzzle flash. What else did you observe in this encounter? Let me specify. And I've got the video up here. Judge, would you be able to dim the lights a tiny bit, please?
Sure.
Okay. Is this the same image that we just viewed earlier, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Is this?
I'm going to skip forward, and you see these two individuals on the right-hand side, the white shirt. I'm kind of back and forth. Do you see where I'm pointing?
Okay. Yes,
Or
sir.
do you see what I'm
Right
referring
there
to?
on the pole, sir.
Right. There are two individuals on the sidewalk, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And
On
what
the
happened?
right-hand side of the sidewalk.
Excuse me?
On the right-hand side of the sidewalk.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
It's on the far side of the street. There are just little specks. I don't have the ability to zoom. My computer's old. So they're walking down the street, and who comes up to them?
The other gentleman right there in the black shirt who was involved in the disturbance.
And who's with the gentleman in the black shirt?
I do not have any knowledge of their identification, sir.
Okay. But you've seen the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And does it appear to you that three men run up to these two individuals on the sidewalk? Based on, I'm going backwards and forwards in this section of the video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So prior to this, backing up, two individuals walking down the street, and then three individuals run up to them. And is this what you're referring to as a bladed stance by the man in the white t-shirt?
Yes, sir. As you can see, his right shoulder is canted backwards towards the
Excuse me.
building.
Yes or no would suffice, Your Honor. bladed stance. Could it also be considered a defensive stance?
Could be considered that, sir.
Okay, so if somebody runs up to you out of the blue, does it look like he's being confronted by somebody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, let me back up here. You're walking down the street, somebody runs up. Could you hear what they were saying to each other?
No, sir.
Okay, but Santana and Navarro could hear, right?
I can't testify on what they heard.
You can testify as to their change in facial expressions, which you did earlier.
Yes, sir.
So obviously something drew their attention to this moment, right?
Yes, sir.
Was it loud out there? A lot of traffic?
No, not a lot of traffic. We shut the streets down. So your typical bar scenes with music playing and people walking and talking.
So a little bit of ambient noise out there. Santana and Navarro are drawn to what's going on here, right?
Correct, sir.
And these three individuals, which is pretty clear, they come up to the other two individuals. Does the man in the black shirt and the man in the white shirt have contact with each other?
Define contact. Are you asking
Do
if
they make contact with one another?
To that video that I see, no, I don't see the contact until the defendant in the white shirt makes contact. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the defendant makes contact.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that, based on what you've seen thus far in the video, who's aggressive? Who's being aggressive in this scenario? If no one is, then you can say no one.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Do you believe there is one of these parties being aggressive towards the other party?
I would say there was mutual aggressiveness, mutual combat, sir.
Okay. Can you see the man in the white shirt right here?
There's three gentlemen in white shirts.
You know who I'm referring to,
Yes,
right?
the defendant on this sidewalk.
The defendant's on the sidewalk,
Yes,
right?
sir.
He's got a red stripe on his shirt. You can't see it from here. The man in the black shirt confronts him, steps up to him. My client steps back on the curb, away from him, right? Is he moving away from him right here?
Right there, yes, sir.
The man in the black shirt steps up on the curb, approaches him. What is happening? What is the man in the black shirt doing right here? Does it look like he's throwing a punch? And can you see the man in the white shirt leaning back and to the right?
Yes, it looked like he, from this angle right here, yes, sir. It looks like he threw a punch after he was pushed, yes, sir.
Okay, so punch, and does it appear that my client's hit in the face?
I can't make an assessment from this angle, sir. I can see a punch, but I can't say where it landed at.
Okay, so let me back up. And for the record, what I'm doing is just going back and forth in this video. So the whole video takes place in 5 seconds, in real time. And what are the man in black is with 2 other men who are both in the street wearing white shirts, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were those 2 men questioned by the police?
I don't have that knowledge, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Were they questioned by you?
They were not questioned by me, no, sir.
Were they searched by you?
No, sir.
Did anybody pat them down for weapons?
That's my knowledge.
So we don't know whether they're carrying weapons or not.
That's my knowledge, sir.
So here is the man in the white shirt stepping back on the sidewalk. The man in black's pursuing him. There's a shove, what appears to be a punch to the face. And you say there's a muzzle flash in here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Was anybody shot?
No one was shot. No, sir.
It was determined there was a bullet shot into the ground on the
Into the ground,
sidewalk.
yes, sir.
Right. Obviously still dangerous, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to the man, the taller man who's in the middle of the street wearing the white jeans and the white t-shirt, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you just focus on him, and as this encounter is going on, this Sorry about that. The man in the white shirt. We're watching him. Apparently this is where there's a gunshot. And you see the man in the white shirt reaching into his pants.
Right there behind the car, yes, sir.
And he's grabbing something in his waistband right there. Is that right? Look,
Here's his hand is on his right side of his hip.
Okay. Does it appear as if he's holding something to you?
I can't tell, sir. I mean, his hand's on his right side of his hip.
Okay.
The best assessment I can
He
give.
could just be holding his pants up, for all I know.
That is
Okay.
valuable, yes.
But he wasn't questioned, to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
And the other man that's standing next to him right here, in the black jeans and white t-shirt, wasn't questioned either, or searched, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, correct, sir.
After this gunshot goes off, police officers, there's a flashlight right here,
Yes, sir.
and officers are quickly responding to this encounter, right?
Yes, sir.
The man in black walks across the street, and at that point, I believe Navarro draws down on him, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And the man in black pulls his shirt up to say, "I'm not armed." Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But the man in white is on down the street here, his friend.
Yes, sir.
And everybody at that point, those three individuals are pointing down the sidewalk at the man moving down the sidewalk, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Santana tell you that he saw a gun in my client's hand?
Yes, sir.
Where did he, you answered my question. Where did he say he saw a gun in my client's hand?
I believe his exact words was he saw the defendant throw the gun underneath the truck at the south side of Crowdis and Main there.
Are you sure that he said he saw him throw a gun, or he saw him kneel down behind the truck and place something under the truck?
What I recall that night was he said he saw him throw the gun down.
Okay. That's what you recall, but I'll leave it at that. You're saying that Officer Santana said he saw him throw a gun under the truck, is that right?
Correct, sir.
You didn't see a gun, did you?
No, sir.
Navarro didn't see a gun, did he?
Not to my knowledge.
In the defendant's hand. Is the only person who saw a gun in the defendant's hand Officer Santana?
That's accurate, sir.
And you mentioned earlier that because you're the senior officer on the team, when you all gathered after this incident occurred, you're discussing what potential charges to put on my client. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what were those charges?
Initially, we discussed disorderly conduct for the pushing and shoving match that Officer Santana and Navarro witnessed, just unlawful carrying of a weapon, and discharging a firearm in the municipality.
And that's, we call that deadly conduct. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, discharging a weapon in the city, right?
It's a city, there's a charge of discharging a firearm in the city.
Oh, municipal code.
In the municipal, yeah, in the municipality, the deadly conduct is, yes, firing a weapon at the ground at, when there's people in the vicinity, yes, sir.
So actually, what you referred to is a Class C misdemeanor, is that right?
The municipality?
Yes.
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, and so is disorderly conduct, right?
That's correct.
Did the man in the black get a disorderly conduct as well?
Yes, sir.
He did.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and essentially, those three charges were, that was bandied about, and that's what you determined had occurred here. Unlawful carrying of a weapon, disorderly conduct, and discharge of the municipality, is that right?
Yes, sir.
back to the body cam thing for a second. Once you get off, once an arrest is made, if you're an arresting officer and you effect an arrest, and you have to go down to wherever you take people, what do you do with the body cam footage?
The body worn camera footage is saved on the internal hard drive of the body worn camera.
Okay.
The officers will go back to their substations and they'll dock them back in those docking stations, and that's where they automatically download.
The officers don't have to do anything to download it, do they?
No, they just have to dock it, and then, so they dock it, it downloads automatically. They just have to go into the website and properly tag it.
Is it, my understanding, is this correct, that pretty much every body worn camera footage should have a 30-second delay on it?
It has the
30-second
buffering.
Buffering with no audio on it. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll pass it with you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection.
Thank you, President. You're free to leave and go about your business.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Your next witness.
At this time, the state will call Stephen Arouse.
How do you turn this?
You just take the stand.
All right, sir, if you would please stop, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can state your first and last name for the record and spell both for the record.
Stephen House, STEPEN, ARAUC.
And Mr. Rouse, how are you currently employed?
Currently a barber,
You're a barber, how long you been a barber?
19 years.
Are you self-taught or did you go to the barber school?
Never about.
A little bit of both? When is your birthday?
May 20, 1996.
So born on May 20th. Back on, I'm gonna direct your attention to May 21st, 2022. Did you go out to celebrate your birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where'd you go?
Just went to the bell.
You go.
Alex.
You go. And who are you with?
Just some friends, my brother.
So some friends and your brother? Is that a yes?
Yes.
If you don't mind, Mr. Rouse, if you could, that mic is movable, if you could just move it a little bit closer at the base.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. How many of you all were together?
My 3.
So you were celebrating your birthday, so I guess what birthday would you have been celebrating that time, during that time?
He was going to be 25.
25? What particular place did you all go in Deep Ellum?
We just were by outing. Nothing specific. We just went, just walk around.
And, did you drive that night?
No.
Did one of your friends drive you?
Yeah.
So you were celebrating your birthday, bar hopping. Is it fair to say, you were drinking?
I did drink up just one or two.
And, at some point, at some point during that night, do you get into an altercation with someone?
Not personally, but later on in the night, yes.
Okay, so later on that night, what do you mean by that? What happened?
I got into it with somebody late that night.
And are you a little nervous, Mr. Rouse?
I mean, of course.
Okay,
I know.
it's okay. If there's a question that I ask you that you don't understand, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
So, you got into an altercation, later night. What led up to that altercation?
Just basically, one of my friends was getting into with somebody, and that person, that's the one I got into it with.
And you say your friend was getting into it with somebody. What do you mean by that? Was this a verbal altercation?
I'm not sure. That's what he said, but I was not with him at the time where that happened.
So, your friend told you that he got into it with somebody. Is that fair? Okay. And what was your reaction finding out this information?
I mean, first off, I say to just go somewhere else and just work out about it. But later on that night, we just crossed paths. I don't know.
And you say you cross paths with who?
With that person that I got the problem with later on that night.
And you say the person that had the problem with your friend, what was this altercation? Was your friend by himself during the time?
I'm not sure. He was already in this bedroom by the time we got there, so I don't know. I can't tell if he was with somebody else or not.
But you found out that someone got into it with your friend and he told you, is that correct? How did you become aware that you crossed paths with the person that got into it with your friend?
Well, my friend at the time, he just said, he pointed, who was.
You said he pointed at who now?
He pointed at the person he was having the altercation with.
So you said he pointed at him, and what did you do after he pointed at him?
Well, we just exchanged words.
Okay, and what did you say?
I asked him if he was trying to jump my friend. That's it.
You said you asked him if he was trying to jump your friend?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was his response?
Nothing really. He just kind of like told me that he got a gun and just shot at me. Just quick, told me like, I have a gun, right? And he just pulled it out.
And I know you're a little nervous, so I may repeat what you're saying so I can make sure I'm understanding you correctly. So, when you asked him if he was trying to jump your boy, in response he said, I have a gun?
Well, not a gun, like I'm strapped.
Okay, so what were his exact words?
I'm strapped.
I'm strapped?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what did you take that to mean? are you familiar with the term I'm strapped? Is that sort of I guess slang for
Yes.
some, okay, what is it slang for?
Okay.
Say it again.
Gun.
A gun? Okay. So you heard him say, I'm strapped, and what happened after that?
You just pull it out and shoot to the floor.
You said he pulled it out and shot to the floor?
Yeah.
What was your reaction?
Well, when he shoots to the floor, everybody start running, and I just step back, and the cops were already, running through the scene.
And did an officer approach you with his weapon drawn?
Oh yeah, that's why I pulled my shirt up, basically saying it's not me.
And after that, after you said it's not me, what happens after that?
Well, they went chasing the other dude,
They went chasing who now?
the other guy. They won, because there's one guy that started running, so the one that they started chasing.
You said this one guy started running, and so was that the guy that you saw started running, is that the guy that you approached about getting into it with your friend earlier?
Yeah.
And afterwards, were you questioned by the police?
Just basic questions. What happened?
So you did talk to officers?
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say that you were upset at that point because you were there trying to celebrate your birthday, right?
It's not upset. It just happened. I'm not upset.
Did you end up getting a ticket that night for disorderly conduct?
It was just a citation.
Sure. So a citation.
Yeah.
Did you get that for disorderly conduct?
I'm not sure.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall. I think I just put it in my wallet and I just forgot about it. I think until later.
But the police did talk with you about what you observed and what happened, right?
Right.
And you were given a citation for disorderly conduct, correct?
Yes.
Were you arrested that day?
No.
And republishing State's Exhibit 2 for the record. Playing at 1 minute and 4 seconds. I'm pausing at 1 minute and 24 seconds. Mr. Rouse, is this you here that I'm circling?
Looks like.
And is this when you approach the individual you said that your friend pointed out that he got into it with earlier?
Yeah.
Pausing at 1 minute and 36 seconds. So before, when I started it at about 1:24, I'll back up just a bit here, at about 1:25. At what point are you asking him if he was trying to jump your board? Is it at this part of the video?
I said that I was not close to him when I asked him that. He was kind of far away when I did. Like,
So what did he?
like around there, yeah.
So maybe as you were running up to him, is that?
No, I think when I stopped, I'm not sure. It's been a while.
So perhaps when you stopped running, that's when you asked if he was trying to jump your boy.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he kind of like stepped forward to me first, so.
And we saw that he pushed you first, correct?
Correct.
And then you pushed him back. You saw that in the video, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fair to say why you got your citation for disorderly conduct, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Replaying at 1:35. And right here, is this when you testified that an officer drew his weapon on you and then you raised your shirt to indicate that you were unarmed?
Yeah, because they were looking for the one that shot the corpse. Showing them I wasn't there. You can see my hands though, so.
Okay. We said 1:45. And we see in the video that you pointed ahead of where the person who had the gun ran, correct?
Correct.
So, Mr. Rouse, it's fair to say this was a very, would you agree with me that this was a very brief interaction, correct?
Yes, it was really quick.
Now, you did indicate that you had been drinking that night, but your testimony is that you saw this person pull out a gun and shoot into the ground, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any other interaction with this person that night besides what we see here on this video?
No, I don't. It was the first time ever I seen him.
So first time you saw him ever in your life?
Yes.
Okay. And first time you saw him that night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And before we see in Exhibit 2, you approaching, that's when your friend, end up pointing out to you the person that tried to jump him, correct?
Correct.
And where were y'all headed? Were y'all headed home or to y'all's car?
I can't recall exactly what we were going to do, but we were parking right next to that spot.
Sure.
You can't either be just going somewhere else or just going to the car. I don't know.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Oh. Cross-examination.
Mr. Rouse, how are you?
That's fine.
Okay. You're not on trial here, okay? You can relax. All right. So, you remember talking to me earlier today?
Okay.
Okay. My name's Patrick Jordan. I'm gonna just ask you a couple of questions, okay? We'll get this real brief. I talked to you this morning and asked you a few questions, didn't I?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. I asked you, that when this encounter occurred, did you see a weapon, and what did you tell me?
Can you repeat that again?
Did you see a weapon?
I saw just a part of it.
You
I think
heard it.
it's a part of it.
You heard the weapon, is that correct?
I heard?
You heard it. You heard the gunshot.
Right, yes.
But you told me earlier today that you didn't actually see the gun.
No, I mean, I just didn't want to tell you a lot of more stuff. 'Cause,
Okay, so you did see the gun.
yeah, I saw it.
So-
It happened in front of me.
What kind of gun was it?
I can't tell.
What color was it?
I don't know what color it was.
Okay, but you saw it.
Yeah, it happened like near around 5-10 seconds thing. It's not that I saw it, you know, in slow motion. No.
I
It
got
was
it.
really quick.
Who were you with?
My brother and 2 friends.
And what are your friends' names?
One of them was Carlos and the other one is, I can't remember his name.
Where are they now?
One of them works and the other one I can't say, I haven't seen him in maybe in a year.
Okay, so have Have you seen that video before?
No.
Okay, so this is the first time you've seen it? Yes?
Yes.
You were wearing the black shirt, is that right? And your friends were both wearing white t-shirts? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You see on the screen there?
Yes, it's good.
So I'm showing basically what is State's Exhibit number 2. I'm going to back it up a little bit. From this point forward, that's you at the bottom of the screen, running up to that area, and those two people on the street, are those friends of yours?
Yes.
Okay. So the three of you approached these two individuals, is that right? You and your two friends approached the other two people on the sidewalk, is that right?
Well, I don't want to say approach, we just, we're walking on the same path. We were going that way too.
You just happened to be going that way. You weren't running up to catch up to them?
No, not really.
Okay. And did you engage with in a conversation with him?
No, we just exchanged maybe like 3 or 4 words, which is, you know, I asked him if he was trying to do something to my friend, and that's it.
Okay.
That was the first thing I said.
And like I said, you're not in trouble or anything, but it clearly shows that you're jogging up to them, right?
Yeah, I see.
And
Looks like it, but
the man in the white t-shirt steps off the curb, and you kind of back up, and then you step forward to him, right?
I mean, I back up because you can see clearly that he was reaching, pulling, like, just pulling up his shirt.
Did you see something at that point?
No, I didn't say nothing at that point until I heard a gunshot in front of me.
Okay.
I knew it was a gun, obviously.
And at some point, does he kind of reach out and push you right here?
Mhm.
And then he backs away, and you step up on the curb, don't you?
Yeah.
And did you see the gun before or after you punched him?
I saw seconds before I heard the gunshot.
Well, it's clear from the video that you punched him.
That I what?
Punched him.
No, I didn't.
You didn't punch him.
No. I didn't touch him.
You didn't touch him at all.
Mhm.
Are you seeing the video here?
I didn't punch him when, maybe it was a push. It was not a punch.
You didn't punch him, you might have pushed him.
Not a push it, it's not a punch.
And then you said he pulled the gun out of his waistband
Yes.
and fired into the ground right there.
Yes, I mean, I didn't know what he was trying to do, you know. What was he so point on shoot to the floor, maybe just, I don't know, I can't tell.
You remember, the police asked you about this for quite a while afterward, is that right?
Sir?
That night, you stayed around that area for quite a while because the police had questions for you. Is that correct?
Just questions about what happened.
Right, that's all I mean.
Yes.
And you answered their questions.
Right.
And you told them that you approached this person, or you didn't say you approached them, but you had words with this person, and all of a sudden you heard a gunshot, and then this person ran off, is that right?
Right.
Is it your testimony that you didn't run up to him,
Correct.
and you didn't approach him? You just happened to cross paths,
Right.
and you didn't hit him or strike him?
No, I didn't hit him first.
Okay.
And you can see right there that he pushed me first, and then I pushed him back. See, but I didn't punch him.
Okay. And after that, you back away, and the police come running out, and that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, pretty much it.
Okay. Didn't you originally tell the police that you just had words with him?
Had what?
When you answered the police's questions, you told them you just had words.
Yeah, we just had words, which is like asking if he was trying to jump my friend, and that's it. That's how it started.
Okay. No further questions.
Any you redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor,
May this witness be finally excused.
No, Judge.
from the state.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Officer Ruben Rodriguez. Judge, it may be a few minutes, based on the time, I'm taking a few witnesses out of order, so he's here, I think he's in the waiting room though.
The waiting room on 10? Or in the DA workroom?
I haven't communicated with my investigator. Let me check. My investigator's getting the judge.
please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Please watch your step. You may proceed.
Officer Rodriguez, if you could state your first and last name for the record and spell each for the record.
Ruben Rodriguez, RUBEN RODRIGUEZ,
And Officer Rodriguez, how are you currently employed?
with the City of Dallas, the Police Department,
How long you been an officer with the Dallas Police Department?
a little over 5 years.
And briefly tell the jury about the training experience that you've gone through.
I've gone through the police academy, I've gone through the 4 years of in-service training after that, where we do at least 40 hours of additional training, so that's about it.
And so it's a 9-month academy, correct?
Yes.
And what are some of the things in the academy that you're taught in order to do your job as a patrol officer?
We learn about the different scenarios and calls we're gonna head to and how to respond to them. We learn our procedures, we learn the laws that we need to follow. We learn tactics on how to handle the more serious situations, and they go pretty in depth with it in the 9 months.
And what substation were you assigned to back on May 21st, 2022?
It should have been the Northeast substation.
So what area of Dallas was that, were you responsible for patrolling with Northeast?
It's the Northeast area of Dallas, up 75, up to 635, and down to 30, kind of that whole triangle.
And so, back on May 21st of 2022, what watch were you on?
I was on 4th watch, assigned to work 8 p.m. to 4 a.m.
And is Northeast assigned to the Deep Ellum area?
No, it's a special assignment.
Were you in Deep Ellum on May 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Why were you there?
They request extra officers to cover Deep Ellum for extra security and helping with traffic control and more security for the area.
And back on May 21st, was that the first time you were assigned as special assignment for that area?
No.
How long had you been doing that special assignment?
It was kind of periodic, mainly in the summers, but I had been there more than a few times.
And what was your responsibility on special assignment in Deep Ellum?
Mainly we would do traffic control and shut down certain roads to control the traffic in the area, and officer presence, being aware of what was going on and responding to anything that came up.
Was it also your responsibility to assist any individuals with, if there were any incidents that occurred?
Yeah, we're flagged down or have anything that's around us, we were told to respond.
And now, if you make any observations on your own, do you make voluntary contact with individuals?
Yes.
Now, initially, when you were on special assignment, where were you actually in the Deep Ellum area? What street were you on?
I was at, it's Elm Street and Malcolm X.
And what were you over there for?
We were blocking westbound traffic from Elm Street.
Now, at some point, did you approach an individual and activate your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And why is that?
I saw him in the parking lot. He looked intoxicated. I saw him trying to get into the car, so I just went to go talk to him, ask him what he was doing. He said he was trying to get in the car to leave, but he was waiting on his family because they had his keys. So I turned on my camera to record the contact while he was talking to me.
And when you say trying to get into his car in the driver's seat?
Yeah, I was on the driver's side of the car.
So at that point, were you trying to make sure he he got home safely or basically had a ride.
Right.
During your, how long were you interacting with him?
Less than 5 minutes. In
And-
total, probably about three minutes or so.
Sure. And so your body worn camera's activated, your interaction with him 3 to 5 minutes. At some point while you're talking with him, do you hear a gunshot?
Yes.
So once you hear that gunshot, what do?
I hear it, it's a pop sound, and I look around to see if anybody's running from an area or if I see anyone or waiting to hear any additional shots. It was only one pop sound, so I don't know if it could have been a tire popping or someone breaking something loudly, so I just kind of looked around and I noticed our mounted unit, our horses were heading that way, and another officer also started heading that way, so I stopped contact with that individual and went to go help.
And so initially when you heard the sound, based on your testimony, it sounds like you weren't sure if it was a gunshot, so you started looking around to see sort of what was going on. Is that fair?
Right, yes.
And you saw the mounted unit go towards the direction of the gunshot?
Yes, it was west from where we were on Elm.
Did you also see another officer running as well?
Yes.
And once you saw that, what kind of was going through your mind?
That we needed to go figure out what was going on.
So you were talking to this individual. Did you have your radio on at the time?
Yes.
Did you hear any call go out for a signal 15, or were you sort of your attention on that person?
I can't remember exactly what was said, but it was something along the lines of they were running after someone or detaining someone and where they were. So once I knew the location and what was going on, then I kind of started running towards the area.
And at some point, you get to the area, and then at some point, do you get to the area where all the other police officers are, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And do you end up talking to an individual by the name of Stephen Arouse?
Yes.
And what was your interaction with him?
I was trying to figure out what was going on, asking what had happened, how he was involved, and just trying to keep him there until we figure out who did what and how everybody was involved.
At that point, did you know what was going on?
I only knew someone had popped a shot off, and that was about it.
And what drew your attention? Excuse me. What drew your attention to Mr. Arouse?
I saw officers detaining somebody, and I saw another individual standing over him who seemed to have somebody with him that was trying to tell him, to calm down. And they were all yelling different things, but he was starting to explain to me that the suspect we were detaining was the one that had shot the gun, and they weren't the ones with the gun. So I said, okay, you saw what happened, can you tell me what's going on? So that's why I focused on them to get the story from them, since they sounded like they were a witness.
And this conversation that you had with Stephen Arouse, was that captured on your body worn camera?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Officer Rodriguez, I'm showing you what I've just marked as State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize that as your body camera?
What do you mean?
Do you recognize this exhibit as containing your body camera footage?
I haven't seen it yet, but yes.
Okay. Well, have you seen your body camera?
Yeah, I reviewed my body camera.
Okay. And is your body camera footage, is that a fair and accurate representation of the events that occurred on that night?
Yes.
Okay. And is your body camera footage a fair and accurate any alterations or deletions to your body camera, to your knowledge?
What was the question?
That was my fault. I was talking too fast. So your body camera footage is a fair and accurate representation of the events that occurred on that night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you viewed your body camera prior to your testimony this afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And so the body camera that you viewed, that's yours. Any alterations or deletions to that body camera to your knowledge?
Yes.
There's alterations and
No,
deletions?
I'll notice any alterations.
Oh, you will notice. I'm asking if the body camera that you
No.
viewed, were there any alterations or deletions?
No.
Okay. So basically I'm asking, is it a complete copy of your body camera
Okay.
that captured those events?
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. Do you think this will be helpful to the jury to understand your testimony?
Yes.
Here at this time, I'm tendering to defense what's marked as State Exhibit 13. Offered for all purposes.
No objection, subject to the earlier rulings of the court.
All right, it's exhibit number 13 is admitted subject to the court's previous rulings for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? I don't know if I asked.
You may.
Now, Officer Rodriguez, the jury has heard testimony about the Axon body camera system. Basically, once you activate it, it buffers for 30 seconds, and so it records video but not audio. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on State Exhibit 13 in the top right-hand corner, what time, stamp, and date do you see in the top right-hand corner?
I see May 21st of 2022 at 1:56 in the morning.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous out here.
Okay, I'm pausing at 40 seconds. Is this the individual that you were talking, that you testified that you were talking to earlier that you saw trying to get in his vehicle, seemed a little
Yes.
intoxicated? So I'm gonna fast forward for the record to .251.
I love to say wetback because I am a wetback.
Good.
Well, wetback, motherfucker.
You're proud, right?
I'm proud.
Good, and you're still making it.
I'm still making it. I'm still making money with it.
And so pausing at 303, is that loud pop, the gunshot that you heard at the time?
Yes.
See that shit like that, man?
Pausing at 310 is the mounted unit you testified that you saw,
Yes.
correct? And then shortly after, we'll see an officer, run, and then we'll see you start running, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Pausing at 3:24, I'm gonna fast forward. Approximately 4:53.
Get my boy joined me. Yeah. I came out there, and this guy in the little click pulled his gun out, and I'm like, I'm not gonna let you go, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Go, boom. Yeah. There's somebody with a shot. Hey, yo, he's telling him to do this. Hey, no, you don't know nothing, yeah, let's you in there, bro.
Okay, and pausing at 5:17, so Officer Rodriguez, is this what you're talking about? Like there was some yelling going on, didn't know what was going on at that point, but at that time, we were trying to ascertain what was going on, fair to say?
Yes.
But you heard, the individual in the black shirt, say that they were trying to jump my boy,
Correct.
and that, so he came at him, the guy pulled out the gun real quick, and then boom. Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
Officer Rodriguez, that area right there at 100 North Crowder Street, is that in Dallas County
Yes.
in the state of Texas?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
No questions.
May this witness be finally excused?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go about your business. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will now take our very brief afternoon break for about 5 minutes for us to stretch our legs and use the facilities.
All rise.
You may be seated.
Judge, okay, bathroom?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, hurry up.
Oh, and Judge, I know Patrick is walking out, but I told him that I was gonna let you know that the people sitting over here is the family of the individual on the 2018 murder office, so they're not testifying or anything, so.
Yes, I saw the one with the RIP t-shirt.
And I did admonish him about that, but I'll remind them again. You know, I told him that the case we're trying, jury doesn't know anything about that, so don't make any audible noises or anything like that.
Oh, you're gonna have to stretch your legs.
that your bottle?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
What, what is it, for you and him, or just him?
It's him and me, we're gonna
Okay,
share.
yeah,
Is
okay.
that cool?
Yeah, that's cool, I was gonna give, if you wanted.
I was just gonna transfer it here. This thing, mouse it here. How much I mean, 2 laps, 3 laps?
No, don't worry about it.
No, come on, man. I'm gonna take care of 3 water. Here you go. Thank you. Do this over here, try and spill it everywhere.
But I should have kept the bottle.
Yeah. I don't mind doing this, but this huge bottle just seems kind of unruly. I don't want to.
Really?
Well, you know, this looks funny. I do get dehydrated though. Which video?
The recording.
Okay. Well, I will object. That's the one they're gonna put on now.
I guess they cut the air conditioner to freezing around this time. It's cold in here, man.
Yup. Glad I'm wearing socks. And some shoes without hose.
So how I feel with these clothes.
Been a while. Feels good.
How long you been here?
2.
Here 2 years?
Yeah. Total 6. 2. I was originally 2. Then 2 on house arrest.
Actually,
4 house arrest.
whatever they do.
Yeah. They're doing their cases. In this case, that they decided to take
Yeah, hold on, stop, we'll get to.
this year.
Me? Detective, you know, because your video of that video, usually you record it on a computer terminal, right? But that one you did actual body cam recording. And it cuts out at some point during the video, right? There's like you get the spinning wheel and it's kind of a blank screen. Is it just that one time you tried to?
All rise.
Thank you, you may be
Is
seated.
that just how it is? So you can try and do it again? Okay.
Where did Mr. Sadler go?
Maybe transfer the jury.
I did. Yeah, that's really.
Mr. Stafford, are you back there? Okay.
Huh?
You wanna tell us we gotta hear?
I was waiting for you.
Oh, yeah, go, come on.
So Judge, the state's next witness is Detective Hale. There's another surveillance video they're gonna try and offer, I'm gonna object. Can we do a quick hearing outside the presence
Sure.
to deal with that?
Oh, Deputy Sadler, they need to go back to the jury room. Thank you.
Already walking.
All right. Okay. Call your witness.
Yeah, the state will call Detective Daniel Hill.
All right, sir, did you testify earlier?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. So I believe, for purposes of another hearing, you did state that you worked for DPD in the fusion unit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what y'all's responsibilities were, correct?
We didn't go into responsibilities.
Okay, so with Fusion, what do you do with DPD?
So a little bit of what I do in Fusion is I do cellular forensics. I monitor for calls, I monitor video cameras, and write up the intelligence products. And assist detectives with their investigations. So I can get a request from somebody trying to identify somebody for public intoxication to working on a homicide case.
And do you also have access to, in the Fusion room at EPD, do you also have access to surveillance videos that are in the Dallas area?
Yes, ma'am.
And are some of these surveillance videos, particularly in the Deep Ellum area, are they, their surveillance rather, is it owned by the Deep Ellum Foundation?
The cameras in the Deep Ellum area are owned by the Deep Ellum Foundation.
But you have access to them, DPD rather has access to them, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you all have access to screen record, but not to download, correct?
Correct.
And what do you, when you say screen record, can you just remind the court what you mean by screen record?
Sure. So basically what we do is we log into their system, rewind the video to the point where we want to start it, and then we open up a different application in our computer and basically record that section of screen so that the video is captured, and then we click play and we let the whole video play out. And then once the video is played out to wherever we need it to stop, we'll push the stop button and then save the file.
And are these, as far as when to stop and play, are these parameters that the detectives in Fusion come up with, or that you are given by another personnel with DPD?
It's basically based on the analyst's perspective. So if you believe you need to take an hour of video, that's what you download. If you need only a few minutes, then that's what you capture.
And is this based on information that you received related to any type of incident that occurred?
Correct.
So are you getting this information from the call sheet, or how do you get this information to determine what to screen record?
By both radio and the call sheet.
On May 21st, 2022, were you around 2 a.m., were you working that night?
Possibly.
What was your shift back in May of 2022?
It would have been 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And back on May 21st, 2022, around 2 a.m., you said possibly, based on a conversation you and I had, do you recall that you were working that night?
Yes, I was working overtime.
Overtime, okay. So not your regular shift, but you were working overtime, right? And did you become aware that there was a disturbance in the area of Crowdis and that main area, Elm Street area in Deep Ellum?
Yes, ma'am, I heard it out on the radio.
Okay. And so what did you hear on the radio?
Basically officer assist, individual with a gun. And so I pulled up the call sheet, recognized the area as being in the Deep Ellum area, and started trying to pull up the cameras that are in that area.
And when you pulled up the cameras in that area, were you able to find surveillance video that captured an incident related to the information on the radio?
Yes, ma'am.
And the information on the call sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that, if you recall, what was that area of the surveillance that you were able to capture? Or pull up, rather?
I'd have to review.
If I told you, for purpose of hearing, if I told you it was in the area of the STIR, the business STIR, is that
That would be accurate.
And earlier in the previous hearing, you testified about some other videos that the Deep Ellum Foundation had access to. This particular, or that you all had access to that was screen recorded. This particular video, were you able to screen record?
The analyst who downloaded that first section of 4 videos, I believe it was, did not download that video.
So in this particular, the one I'm referring to, that's your body camera, were you able to screen record that surveillance?
No.
Why not?
At the time, the system was completely new to us. We were trying to figure out how to download. We saw that there was a download button in their application. When you clicked on it and you told it to download, we just had no idea where that file was going. So after a couple of days of us trying to capture that video, I made the decision to use my body camera to at least record it that way, since we weren't able to screen record because that function had been turned off on all of our computers.
So you said the system was new. Are you referring to the screen recording system or the system that the cloud view system that you mentioned?
The cloud view system was brand new to us.
And so you don't have the ability to download, but this particular one had a download button, couldn't figure out where the video was going, fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And so you said in an effort to, would it, fair to say, preserve the evidence?
Exactly.
Okay. And so the body camera recording of the surveillance, that happened a couple of days after the incident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had been trying for a couple of days to try to figure out how to screen record this surveillance video.
Yes, ma'am.
So was able to screen record other video owned by Deep Ellum Foundation, but not particularly this surveillance video.
The additional videos were, I believe, downloaded at a later date once we had figured it out. I just believe the analyst who was tasked with downloading all those videos probably missed one.
And now, do y'all, as far as the, I guess the retention on these videos, are you aware of what the retention is on the surveillance video for this stir business?
It's 16 days.
So it's 16 days. Now you talked about having ability to screen record. Are you aware if, I guess, a detective or someone can physically get a copy of the video from the actual business?
I believe they can.
Is that often something that is always, that officers or detectives are always able to do in this instance?
Not always.
Why not?
Time restraints, case loads. You go to the business may not have personnel there that can download the video. They might not know how to use the system. Their system could become corrupted over time. Things can happen.
And so in your experience, has this happened before?
Yes, sir.
And so is that one of the reasons that, or some of the reasons rather, that went into your determination to go ahead 2 days later to record what you found on your body camera?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. Now, Detective Hill, I'm showing you what I've just marked as State's Exhibit 14. Do you recognize that to be your body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review your body camera prior to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your body camera recording, is that a fair and accurate representation of the recording that you took place of that surveillance those few days later?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Now, you did testify earlier that when you all screen record, you're unable to manipulate, edit, or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. Would that be the case with you using your body camera to record the actual I guess, recording that's occurring on you all screens?
That would be the same thing. We can't manipulate the video whatsoever.
And your body camera recording, Detective Hill, is that an exact duplicate of what you were seeing on the surveillance video as you were recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And so at some points, do we see sort of a buffer circle occurring on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not something, is that something you would have been able to change or avoid by recording it on your body camera?
No, ma'am. That is an issue with the business sending us the video through the internet, and our bandwidth just not able to maintain it. So it buffers and it takes a minute to load, so you'll see that clock symbol or arrows or whatever it is while it's trying to catch up.
Sure. And so even if it was a screen recording, would you still be able to see the buffer?
Yes, ma'am.
The loading?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said that the retention policy is 16 days, correct?
That's what they have set up for their system.
So 16-day retention policy, you wouldn't, DPD wouldn't have access to record, screen record or body cam record otherwise past that retention period.
Correct.
I'm gonna offer, say, Exhibit 14 for the record, and I'll permission to publish.
Is there any objection to record?
For the purposes of this hearing, then.
Right, this one.
All right. Text Exhibit 14 is admitted for the purposes of this hearing.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, so we see that it says 3rd, 2803 Main Street, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we see right here, this is the crowded street, and, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, the video is not playing, it's just at the 0 mark. Now, you testified that you reported this a couple days later, so would that have been on May 23rd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
So we see that date range here for their surveillance, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we see the actual time that this surveillance is occurring, which is in the center of the screen. And that says May 21st, 2022, 1:59 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pausing at 26 seconds. Detective Hill, this is when you first see that buffering occurring.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that you knew about the time to look for what you had heard on the radio and saw on the call sheet, right?
Correct. That's not gonna work.
pausing at 108. So prior to me pausing, stated at 14, Detective Hill, did you see roughly before a minute into the video, the suspect tossed something under a vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you saw an officer
In chase.
in chase? And is this what you were aware of based on the radio on the call sheets that occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were working that night, May 21st, so you had already saw that surveillance had captured what was indicated on the radio on the call sheets, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you testified that y'all weren't able to screen record, and y'all, after trying for a couple of days, you just decided to try to capture it on your body camera.
Correct.
And then we did hear you earlier in the video say it's not going to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
It's a flaw with that system where it might buffer for half an hour while you're waiting on the video. So you kind of sometimes feel like it's not going to work.
so even if it buffered for a few seconds or half an hour, that's exactly what a screen recording is going to capture as well,
Yes, ma'am.
in addition to what a body camera recording of the screen.
Correct.
Replaying at 52 seconds. And for the record, I did zoom in for the court. I'm going to zoom out to play the rest of the video. And just for the record, Detective Hale, replaying at 108, that's about all you're able to capture on your body camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It just continues to buffer here on out.
Correct.
And so for another 30 plus seconds, you continue to record to see if you're going to be able to capture anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see, your video ended at 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were able to capture basically a small portion of really what this camera would have what this camera would have captured. So, and I guess my question is, it's only capturing what we see in front of us, so it's not going to capture sort of what's back off in this screen where I'm pointing to the far right. So you're not going to be able to see what's leading up to that.
Correct.
You're only going to be able to see exactly where this camera is facing.
Correct, and we have no way to manipulate the camera to angle it one way or the other.
And you don't have any control of the buffer.
Correct.
So based on seeing this and recording this with your body camera, you believe that this, what you captured, showed what the information that you received on the radio and the call sheet.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
May I proceed?
You may.
Detective Hale, would it be fair to say that the best evidence in this situation would be the original video?
Sure.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that video is incomplete?
Sure.
Okay. It starts at a certain time. It ends with what appears to be a police officer shoving an individual down to the ground, and it pauses with him almost kind of in midair.
Correct.
And then it buffers, and
Yes.
it doesn't come back on. But
Correct.
clearly something happened after that moment, right?
Yes, sir.
The police are able to get the originals, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified to that, and you said that you can go to the location. If someone's there who can operate the system, you know, this Mark Holden guy, who, is this part of the Deep Ellum Foundation series of cameras?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the security director of that can assist you in that regard in order to get the digital download from an entire video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have access and you can stream it, and that's what you chose to do in this instance.
Correct.
When did you make this body cam footage?
I believe 2 days later.
Okay. Had you looked at the footage prior to 2 days later?
Yes, the night that it occurred.
You looked at it the night that it occurred. Did you watch the entire video at that moment? Or was it still buffering in the same exact spots, or was it different
No,
spots?
it buffers in different spots.
Each time you watch it, you get different buffers, and
Correct.
it may pause or freeze at different parts of the video. Is that right?
Correct.
So this particular occasion, 2 or 3 days later, did you say 2 days?
I believe it was 2 days.
Okay. You capture this video, there's a buffer at about the third of the way through, and then at the very end, and we don't see anything after that, right?
Correct.
And you said that the main reason that the police or whatever investigating agency wouldn't get the videos are things like time constraints, workload issues, scheduling with the person who actually can operate the machinery at the site, those kinds of things.
Those are typical reasons why
Typical
we
reasons.
have issues.
Right. And sometimes there are issues, sometimes there aren't. But you would agree, again, that the best evidence in this particular case would be from the original source?
Sure.
Okay. And you looked at this footage the day it happened, the night that it happened, and then 2 days later made that recording. But theoretically, you have 16 days in order to acquire the original copy, is that right?
The detective would, yes.
Before it gets erased or
Correct.
whatever. Okay. Thank you, officer, or detective, excuse me. That's all I have, Judge.
Any redirect?
Just regard. And Detective Bell, I think I may have asked you this in another hearing, but let me make sure I do it for the purposes of this hearing. In situations like this, the type of offense that was found, it was a direct foul. Would a detective be assigned for any type of follow-up with direct foul cases?
No, ma'am.
So this being a direct foul, a detective wouldn't be assigned for follow-up?
Correct.
And you testified that typically the detectives would go out and, if they can, in the midst of caseload, all the other things you stated, would try to recover a copy of the surveillance from the business?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
I forgot to mention this. Did you also download the other videos?
No, sir.
Okay, who did that?
I believe analyst Jacqueline.
Okay, so somebody was there and was able to download, do you know when they downloaded those other videos?
I don't, but I know it was a time later because we spent several days trying to figure out backdoors to the cities.
Once that was figured out, did you come back and maybe think about re-downloading this one?
I tasked her with downloading those videos.
Okay.
To my knowledge, she was going to download all the videos for that area that were in regards to this incident and save them for Detective Kern to come pick up. And I did not check her work.
Okay. That's where the video ends.
Yes, sir.
Right there. With the suspect, looks like he's doing a swan dive onto the concrete. And would you agree that perhaps what happens immediately after that snapshot would be important?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's passages.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
All right. Were you present for any of these incidents that are depicted in the video?
At the scene?
Yes.
No.
All right, thank you. free to leave. Go about your business.
Well,
It's just for the hearing, right?
just
Just
for
for
the-
the hearing.
yeah.
Alright. You have to go wait in the DA plumber. Thank you.
May I judge? Or,
Unless there's another witness call.
Oh, no, you're.
Okay.
I think it was just, I have an objection as to the admissibility of that particular video, Judge, if I could make my objection real quick. So, that video was made 2 days after the incident. Detective Hale just testified that he made the decision to use his body-worn camera to make a video of the video stream. And he testified that DPD is able to get the original, that the original in this case would be the best evidence, that the original wouldn't show any of these buffering circles of spinning wheels of death, so to speak. The original wouldn't cut off right at the critical point where my client's being arrested. So my objection, you know, the state, or excuse me, the detective stated that the main reason they don't go after the originals is for time constraints, workload, and sometimes when they show up to get the original, the people aren't there to know how to operate the machinery. Well, that's not good enough. I mean, they have 16 days. They got the videos from the other cameras at the same time. They didn't, once they took the video with the body cam, they just left it as is and didn't try to go back and correct it, even though they had a couple of weeks to do it. My objection is based on the best evidence rule and the rule of optional completeness. And the rule of optional completeness states that if there is a clip or a piece of information or a document that is offered into evidence, then the opposing side is entitled to the entire document being offered or the entire clip or video stream being offered. I'm unable to do that. I can't see what happened because the state or the government, the police, failed to do that, failed to go back, which they could have, they should have. They had the opportunity to. They say they do it routinely, but it was work constraint, workload, and time constraints which prevented it. And clearly in this instance, the best evidence is the original, not a Xerox copy of a buffered video stream, which cuts off at a critical point for my client. So I would object on those grounds to that video being admitted, Your Honor.
What says the state?
May it please the court? So the best evidence rule is Texas Rule of Evidence 1002. And what's also codified is Texas Rule of Evidence 1003, which is for duplicates, and Texas Rule of Evidence 1004. And what each of those rules indicate, they're basically exceptions to the best evidence rule. So what 1003 says is that a duplicate is admissible to the same extent as the original unless a question is raised about the original's authenticity or circumstances make it unfair to admit the duplicate. And then what 1004 says, it gives essentially 4 or 5 reasons as to how you can still admit evidence in a different way if it's not an original. And so 1004A says all the originals are lost or destroyed unless the proponent lost or destroyed them in bad faith. Also says an original cannot be obtained by any available judicial process. And again, original is not located in Texas and so on. And so the state would argue that the duplicate, which what we're saying is what you heard, Detective Hale testify to, that in effort to preserve the evidence, since they were unable to do the screen recording, he knew that there was a retention issue with those videos, that to preserve the evidence, he ended up doing essentially a recording of that surveillance. He testified to that it could not be manipulated or edited or anything in that manner, that if he were to do a screen recording, it would still buffer exactly like it buffered on his body camera as well. And it also, the surveillance purports to show what he was aware that happened based on the call notes and what went out over the radio. And so what for that information, with that information, he was able to ascertain that this surveillance video was related to that particular offense. And now the court has seen body camera footage in a separate hearing outside the presence of the jury of Lieutenant Quinlan. And that body camera footage does capture and other body camera footage of the officers, which counsel has been previously turned over to counsel, that counsel has viewed, does show the interaction that officers had with the defendant after he was taken into custody and apprehended. And at the point on State Exhibit 14, where it stops after Officer Santana displaced the defendant, that is where you can see everything that happens on all the officers that were out there, the body camera, and everything that would have occurred that night. So when counsel says he doesn't have the benefit to know what happened next in the video, that's completely and entirely inaccurate. He knows exactly what happened afterwards because it's captured all on the body-worn camera of the officers. Now, the Court of Criminal Appeals has dealt with authentication of a recording of a surveillance. And I did reference that earlier. I do have case law for the court and counsel in Fowler v. State, 544 Southwest 3D 844, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals case from 2018. The Fowler court talks about many different ways that a copy of a video without audio may be authenticated. The Houston Court of Appeals also dealt with a similar situation, a recording of a video recording without audio in Verdeen v. State.
Judge, may I interrupt? I'm not talking about authentication. I'm talking about best evidence, and I'm talking about the rule of optional completeness.
You will have,
Okay.
you can.
I'm just trying to save us time, so.
Well, she's gonna make her argument, so she can talk as long as she wants to.
And just so you, the court is clear, I'm bringing up authentication because it does relate to 1003. It does relate to how a duplicate of an original can be admissible, so it does relate to authentication. And so basically the Houston Court of Appeals dealt with a similar situation, a recording of a video recording without audio in Verdeen v. State, 2020 Westlaw 1584468. And also in regards to 1004, that also relates to authentication and why 1004 was codified as to why an original may not be available. And so it says all originals are lost or destroyed. Detective Held talked about the difficulties that they had with this new system, that they were unable to screen record some stuff, but could screen record others, the buffering issue. And so being aware that they may not actually have access to this evidence for much longer, he had the piece of, basically the state of mind to go ahead and record what he could on his body camera. He did testify that that's exactly what he knew to have occurred based on the radio and the call sheets. And then as far as the missing portions of the video that counsel brought up, in Hines v. State, the Texas Court of Appeals in San Antonio still admitted videos with seemingly missing portions. They were still considered admissible because they were properly authenticated. And so Detective Held was able to authenticate that that was his body camera recording, that he was present when he recorded the surveillance of that, and that he was also working the night of the offense, and that he was able to pull surveillance that captured what was indicated on the call notes and the radio, which he testified to, that surveillance video or recording of his body camera of the surveillance did show. The court also in McClinton v. State, 2003 Westlaw 2272553, sorry, also admitted videos with seemingly missing portions because they were authenticated. And so the state believes because Detective Hale was able to authenticate that that was his body camera, that he recorded it of their surveillance, that he was aware that it actually purported to show what was indicated on the radio, on the call notes. He also talked about that it was a direct foul case. You heard Lieutenant Quinlan also testify in a separate hearing that direct foul cases detectives are not assigned to those cases. There's no follow-up investigation that occurs where a detective would go out to try to recover any type of surveillance video. So Texas Rule of Evidence 1003, 1004 were codified for exact reasons like this, and so the state believes they are admissible.
Mayor Connor,
If you must.
I would like to. Detective Hale is a detective, okay? So this idea that detectives aren't assigned to UPF felons is ludicrous, that they can't get somebody out there. The original was not lost. This is a situation where they're saying the duplicate of the original. This is not a duplicate. It's an inferior version of the original, and the original was easily gotten. The problem is it's an imperfect copy, which the state is obviously wanting to use, but it's prejudicial to my client. And based on the best evidence rule and a rule of optional completeness, we ask that it be excluded.
And Your Honor, to respond to counsel, the portion of the video that he's objecting to that you don't see on the video is his client being taken into custody. So the court has already ruled that that is not admissible. So clearly, what you see on video is nothing that would be out, that would show the defendant being taken into custody. And again, counsel is completely aware of the circumstances that occurred right after his client was taken into custody due to the several body camera footage of the officers that captured those events.
The defense objection is sustained. And Mr. Sadler went that way. Mr. Sadler? Marissa, can I get a little bit of here? Oh, Mr. Sadler, we're ready for the jury. Call your next witness.
And Judge, if I may, if the court could, because I do have another witness that could testify to the context of the surveillance. So if it's a situation of authentication, then I do have another witness to, if I just didn't know what the court was relying on as far as the ruling, because I do have another witness.
If you're asking for details regarding my ruling, I'm happy to make findings of fact and conclusions of law after the trial is over. Until that time, I cannot tell you what, if anything, well, what to do or how to try your case. We're ready.
All right.
Officer Brian Santana.
Sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Santana, if you could state your first and last name for the record and spell each for the record.
First and last name, Brian Santana, BRYANSANTANA.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Grand Prairie Police Department as a patrol officer.
How long have you been with Grand Prairie Police Department?
I had exactly a year in April 26th.
So you said a year, this past April?
Yes,
Okay, gotcha. And prior to working with Grand Prairie Police Department, were you employed by the Dallas Police Department?
yes, ma'am.
For how long?
For approximately, well, since September 2019 until April 2023.
Any particular reason why you wanted to become an officer?
Just growing up, growing up in a minority family, in South Carolina, not from this area of Texas, so growing up there, it felt like I needed to represent my family in a way to just show them that I am, a good character growing up and trying to be separate from, how people might depict minorities to be. I just wanted to be someone who can make a difference with my family.
Do you have any background in the military?
I went to the Citadel, the military college of South Carolina.
And so from there, did you then become employed with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, after graduating, I went to the Dallas Police Department. After graduating.
And what was the training you received with the Dallas Police Department?
9 months in the academy with the Dallas Police Department. From there, you got FTO, and you've got, your probation time, and feels like so long ago I can't really count them, so like how many times, how many FTOs I went through, and so it just feels like it's many.
Sure. And we say FTO, Field Training Officer.
Yes, field training officer.
And the jury has heard testimony about that. So outside the 9 months academy, the FTO, any other additional training you received with Dallas Police Department?
As call answering, day-to-day call answering.
And what substation were you assigned to?
When I first graduated from the academy, I went to Southwest Substation in Channel 4. From there, I went after the bid, where we changed different stations upon our request. I went to Northwest.
So you said Southwest Substation Channel 4. So does each station have a channel that they are responsible for?
Yes, it's divided between 7 different channels. It's a very large city of Dallas, so it's divided north, northwest, north central, northeast, central, southwest, south central, southeast.
Sure, okay. But I just want to make sure, when you say channel, that's also for the different substations?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were in Northwest Substation. What was your shift once you changed to the Northwest Substation?
I want to say that was 4th watch. From there, that shift was 8 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Does the Northwest Substation, does that patrol the Deep Ellum area?
No.
And back on May 21st, 2022, were you in the Deep Ellum area at the time?
Yes, I was. I was stationed there, or not stationed there, I was sent there by my substation, Northwest, because of the task force, what they had, because of the rise violent crime in Deep Ellum. They grabbed a group of officers from each substation, from each channel to go and send a couple officers since they didn't have enough manpower to essentially stay at a couple intersections, just being that officer presence in the area.
And so, approximately around, on May 21st, 2002, approximately a little bit before 2 a.m., were you with other officers at the time?
Yes,
And who were you with?
I was with Officer Navarro and Lieutenant Quinn.
And what were you doing at that time?
We were at the intersection of Crowdis and Elm, where we parked our patrol vehicle with the lights, cruise lights, the red and blue emergency lights, but they weren't flashing, they were just a solid, just to avoid from vehicles driving the wrong way and just having an officer presence. Since around 2 a.m. so a lot of the clubs and entertainment businesses and restaurants were closing, bars, so we're just like, hey, we're in the area, just know that we're here.
Sure. And so you were there for the special assignment that day. Was that the first time you were there for the special assignment?
No, that wasn't the first time.
Okay. How many times would you say you were there prior to May 21st, 2022 for that assignment?
I'd say at least approximately 4 or 5 times.
Is it sort of a rotation as far as who gets sent out there to do billing?
Yeah, it's depending on where it was, the substation, to be like, does anybody want to go? Do we have any volunteers to go down there? Instead of answering calls at the channel or, seniority, hey, most rookie officers, you're going.
Okay.
And so,
And I guess, so back on May 21st, 2022, you would have been an officer for over about 2.5 years, more than 2.5 years at that point.
yes, sir.
Is that still considered a rookie officer?
Yeah, amongst officers, it's still considered, you're a rookie until you hit 5 years at least. So other than that, you really don't have that much seniority.
So you were there with Officer Navarro and Lieutenant Quinn. Was Officer Navarro your partner?
Yes, we partnered. We both went through the academy together, and then from the academy, we both went to the Southwest substation where we were both in Channel 4 together, and then we both moved together to the Northwest substation. Just wanted to get a feel of each station when we were, and we're both in Grand Prairie as well now.
Okay. Did he, were you at Grand Prairie first or he was there?
He was there first.
Did he convince you to go to Grand Prairie?
I essentially told him, like, hey, I've been thinking about moving apartments and I've been looking into Grand Prairie, and he told me, okay, let me look into it, and then he was like, oh, it's a really great department, we should do it, and he applied for me, I was like, okay, great.
Okay.
I wasn't ready for it right now, but he did.
Okay. So now y'all were partners, but were y'all did y'all have, you said your squad cars were parked, so that's
Yeah.
cool. So were you in individual squad cars?
Yeah, we had our individual cars because, the more presence, more vehicles in the area, that way we can block more intersections without having to just have one vehicle. A lot of the times cars just see one patrol vehicle and drive around it, so it's like, hey, we really need to show them, like, we need to guide them from 3 lanes to 2 lanes, or blocking more intersections just to avoid vehicles going the wrong way.
And so it was a little bit before 2 a.m. and you're speaking with Officer Navarro and Lieutenant Quinlan. And so what are y'all talking about? You're talking about the shift or kind of what's going on?
So what I remember was Lieutenant Quinlan arriving at our intersection with the LT's here, he was at the start of the shift and briefing and telling us how it was going to go, and what to expect, where we're going to be stationed and positioned at. So once LT shows up, I'm like, oh, supervisor's here. Hey, how you doing, sir? But he shows up and he tells us, hey, gentlemen, it's 2 o'clock, 15 more minutes, it's time to go home. We're like, awesome, yeah, let's do it. Just gotta stay right here, we're good to go.
And why the 15 minutes and it's time to go home? What was that?
I think that's just 2:15, 2:30, and everything's wrapped up. Most of the bars are closed, and the call wanna say the call average was down, so it's like, we're good to kind of leave the area, and since we were from a different substation, we get a good amount of time to make it back to our substation to log out and get undressed.
Sure. And so, I guess, based on your testimony, is it fair to say that it was a quiet night?
Yeah, throughout that night, it was very quiet.
And then, as you were talking with Lieutenant Quinlan, did something something or someone or some people, did it draw your attention?
Yeah, while we were standing right there, and I can't pronounce his name, Azuro, I couldn't remember his
Sure.
last name.
Well, describe the clothing he had.
He was wearing a black shirt, blue jeans, and like I said, there was three of us kind of talking to each other, and he kind of walks right in between. We're like within arm's length or double arm's length, but it's just, I found it super strange that someone just kind of in a hurry walks right in between us and just catches our eye. Like, okay, what was that about? But then we see him make like a straight shot walking towards another male right there in the street sidewalk area, and we just start hearing just vulgar language, someone arguing and yelling, profane, and we're like, all right, what's going on there?
And so, what do you do next after you observe this?
So once I observed that, I was like, we have the supervisor here, and there's obviously people over there arguing, and then we're like, we should just tell them, hey, what's going on? As we're approaching, we started seeing them push and fight each other. They start swinging hands or swinging their arms at each other, pushing in their hands, putting hands on each other. And we're like, all right, cut it out, break it up, because that one gentleman in the black shirt, blue jeans, obviously walked in between us, so he knew we were there. But we were just hearing shouting and, vulgar language, like, it was just like, motherfucker this, and F you, or, we're like, what's going on there? Like, all right, hey, break it up. And then from there, it was, we heard a loud, a bang, a gunshot, coming from that area. And so the way the buildings are right there at the intersection and the roadways, it echoed throughout, through the intersection. So we're just looking around, like, where did that just come from? We just look over, and then we see the three males, or the male in the black shirt, blue jeans, and then there was another male in a white shirt, and another male in a white shirt. They were right there in that vicinity area. They just kind of stopped. One of the males then begins to run. He runs down down Crowley's, and then the other two males, you just kind of stop and freeze right there at that moment.
Okay, and let me stop right there, Officer Santana. So,
Yeah.
you said, the individual in the black shirt, he cuts in between you, Officer Navarro and Lieutenant Quinlan.
Yeah.
And so that draws your attention to him. Is
Yes.
that correct? And so from there, you see him making his way towards another individual in a white shirt.
Yes.
And, would you say the individual that he was making his way towards in the white shirt, were they a short or tall individual?
I would say short individual.
Short. Okay, and you said you heard basically some profanity
Yes.
being thrown at one another. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And then you started seeing some pushing and shoving.
Pushing each other.
Okay. And so from there, what were you going to do?
From there, I was just gonna investigate the fight that was going on, the disorderly conduct of it. They're fighting in public place. They're using vulgar language. They're obviously in a fight right then and there. So like, let's go investigate it. Let's go see if we can separate both parties to just break it for the night. Like, hey, what's going on? Why are we fighting? Coming through here. It's 2 a.m. I understand this is a bar entertainment area, so it's known to have a lot of intoxicated people in the area.
So do you start approaching that altercation?
Yes, ma'am. I started approaching with Officer Navarro.
And so when you started approaching, how soon after would you say you heard the gunshot? Within seconds?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just as soon as we started approaching, we weren't like super eager to like immediately break. We're like, okay, they're down there. Let's just walk over there, like tell them, hey, break it up. We're coming over here. You know, hey, stop. Just break it up, and then instantly, like it was just a loud gunshot.
Now, where were you all positioned in the street? Were you all talking in the middle of the street?
Yeah, we were at the intersection right there in the middle of the street.
And so, but your squad cars were blocking that area, correct?
Yes.
So no one could actually drive down that street?
No.
But, would you say that other individuals who were walking on the sidewalk and in the street, that they would have seen 3 officers standing there talking?
Oh yes, absolutely.
And so you, within seconds, you hear the gunshot, and so what do you do after that?
For a split second, we froze because like I said, the echoes from the building, they just sounded like it kind of one shot that just went all around us in a sense. It was like, where did that just come from? But it was, what caught my eye was one of the individuals running and the other one just standing there, frozen, stuck almost.
And so the person who was running caught your eye. What did you, you said you observed the other people kind of stand there frozen. Did you see anything else? Or did Officer Navarro pursue the individual in the black shirt?
So, yes ma'am. So what happened there was, as soon as we heard the gunshot, it was like, okay, that's a gunshot. For the split second that we froze, we both drew our handguns, our firearms, and we're just like, is there an active shooter in the area? Do we have someone who's currently actively shooting within the crowd of people that are around us? Or are we getting ambushed? So we withdrew our firearms, and then I see Navarro turn towards one of the male wearing all black shirt and jeans, and then I see him like kind of like point the gun like, hey, what's going on? And the guy lifts up his shirt saying, hey, it's not me. He's just holding his shirt, showing his waist, just stomach, showing that he didn't have anything. And another male that was standing just like left of him, behind him, just started pointing, and they were both pointing like, hey, that's the guy with the gun, that's the guy with the gun. And I turn and I see this guy running. He's kind of like hunched over running towards the intersection of, what is it, just right where we were at, crowd is.
In Maine?
Yes, Maine.
Now,
So,
yeah, I'm sorry. So you say that he was hunched over running. Would you say that it was like a sprint? Would you characterize it as a sprint? And running really fast?
he was running really fast. I wouldn't say it was like a dead sprint. It was more of trying to sneak and run over, like, the height of vehicles are right there. You just kind of be within the same height to not be seen in the area. Just like, it was like I said, not a dead sprint, but it was obviously moving with a purpose.
Sure. And so what did you do next once you saw that individual running in that way?
So, seeing that the other guys were pointing this way and knowing that this guy, that they stated that he had a firearm, I was like, well, I'm gonna go get him. I'm not gonna let him run off, and if he's gonna shoot somebody else over there, I'm not gonna let that happen. So I began to pursue after him on foot.
So you said the other individual said he had a firearm. Are you referring to the individual in the black shirt and
Yes.
the other individual in the white shirt that was pointing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did you hear them say?
They're like, hey, he's the one with the gun, he's the one with the gun. And they're pointing with their hands, like pointing at that guy. They're like, the one right now running over there, he's the one with the gun.
So once you were pursuing, you said you testified earlier that you had your service pistol drawn.
Yes.
When you started pursuing the individual, the short individual in the white shirt, did you still have your service pistol drawn?
No, because I mean, you hear a lot of things, and then knowing from my experience, like, I'm not gonna run with a firearm in my hand. I don't want to cause an accidental discharge, and I'm not gonna shoot this man who's running away from me in the back. So I holstered my firearm back into my holster and began pursuing him.
And after you holster your service weapon, what do you do next?
I began to pursue him. I started giving him verbal commands to stop, stop, stop. because from the beginning, we were telling everybody to stop, break it up, stop, and then so from there, it's just continuing. This is the only person who was leading the incident that I encountered right there. So like, this guy is obviously trying to get away. So I'm just telling him to stop multiple times.
And does this person stop?
No,
Do you recall about how many times you may have yelled stop?
I want to say at least approximately 5 times.
At some point, do you make, or let me ask, what? So after you yell stop several times, what do you observe anything next?
So the individual then turns left from the sidewalk in between 2 vehicles. He kind of like slows down. So I'm like, oh, he's stopping. He's coming to a slow down, and then I see him with his right arm, with the pistol in his hand, just toss the pistol underneath the vehicle that he was in between. So it was a vehicle in front of him. So SUV or pickup SUV, tosses it underneath the truck, and I can see the pistol, and then I could hear the sound of metal and road. Doing this job for like over approximately 5 years, I know the sound of just that metal road, just noise, just that clack, 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 clack. And I'm like, okay, I saw the pistol, and I didn't see like how far it went underneath, but I could hear that it went down there. And so from there, the individual continues running, and then that's when I'm like, I'm gonna have to stop this person from getting any further. I'm gonna detain him, or I'm gonna detain him from going anywhere.
And so at some point, do you make contact with this person?
Yes,
Okay. And how do you make contact with them?
I grabbed him, or not even, I'm sorry. I pushed him in a manner where it was a balance displacement and a forward motion, in a sense of push. But it was in the sense that like, this guy's moving, he's gonna keep moving, because I'm gonna push him down to make sure he's gonna get put down.
Now, you called it a balance displacement. Is this something that you all learn how to do in the academy?
Oh, yes.
And is there a particular way that you all learn how to displace the balance of a suspect you're pursuing?
There's multiple ways that they taught us in the academy. One that I remember for sure was if the suspect's moving one direction and he's going to continue moving, all you got to do is just give him a little balance displacement to keep him moving, because he's going to fall down. So it's just in the sense of push to continue that forward motion to where he comes to the fall.
And so once you perform the balance displacement, what did you do?
I then go hands-on, where I begin to put him in handcuffs, but by then Officer Navarro arrived and was taking over. He was like, hey, I got the handcuffs. And my immediate thought was, okay, so if, and more officers arrived within seconds, and we have them on the ground. I'm thinking, I saw the handgun, and the crowd of people that are gathering around us. Last thing I want is for anybody to go grab that gun and run off, or tamper with the evidence that I had visibly seen in or discard, get rid of.
Okay. And so did you try to go recover the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you locate the firearm?
So right where I had last seen the suspect running between those 2 vehicles, and from the that vehicle was a grate.
A metal, what are you referring to, a metal grate?
Yes, ma'am, a metal grate, where sewage, water, overflow water goes down. I walk around just to look underneath the vehicle. That's when I see the pistol in the grate, the metal grate. It was a small handheld pistol. And it was just right there, in the same position where I had last seen and heard the pistol do that, the little clack, 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 clack. So it's like, it's obviously got some speed to it. It's not like just placed right there. It's been skipped along to get ditched.
Okay. Now, you described that the gun is, you said, in the metal grate, are you saying it's sort of hanging, about to fall into the metal grate, or it's just sort of laying on top?
No, it's in the crack, about to fall into the grate, so I just like to like grab it so it just doesn't slip down there and just fall into the hole.
So you were able to, recover the firearm, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that a shell casing was also recovered, correct?
Yes.
And, was it only one shot that you heard?
Yes, it was just one shot.
So a part of the, when you recover a firearm from a scene, what are you trained to do with it next?
So what we're trained to do is be sure we put the firearm in safe mode, essentially, take the mag out and clear the weapon. Make sure that there's not that it's not loaded, and that there's not another feed of a bullet into the chamber.
Now you said mag, is that short for anything?
It's a magazine.
Okay. And so did you clear the firearm that you recovered?
Yes, I did. Right then and there, as soon as I pulled it out, I was like, okay, still have a magazine in the firearm and pistol, so I'm gonna pull the magazine out and just clear, unloading the chamber.
And did you notice any other bullets in the chamber?
Yes, there was one that, as soon as I unloaded it, fell straight to the ground.
Was there anything else you noticed in the magazine once you emptied or removed it from the firearm?
Not that I can remember at the time.
About how far in front of you would you estimate that the suspect was when you were yelling stop from where you were?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess a better question, so would the distance be, if I'm the suspect and you're on the stand, is that about the distance, or that you were from the suspect you were pursuing, or less or more?
Okay. I would say it was further. From initially when we made contact, or when we were approaching, it was probably within around this distance, or as we're walking up towards the suspect. And then after the suspect ran, he got a good distance in front of me. Because like I said, we probably just trying to figure out, like, okay, that guy doesn't have a male in a black shirt and blue jeans who lifted his shirt doesn't have a firearm, but this other suspect, he's taken off and
Sure.
he's gaining some ground.
Now, were you able to close the distance between you and the suspect?
Yes.
And you testified that there was sort of a hunching run to kind of stay in line with the cars, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you say you were on a full-on sprint in pursuit of this suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you were able to gain some ground on him?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Now, when you were yelling stop, were there other individuals?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There was other people around. I mean, like I said, it was 2 a.m., the bars are closed, and there were people who were leaving, walking from the same sidewalk, who are, as I was telling them to stop, people can be just like, what's going on? They're getting a little nosy, just watching people, or if they're watching an officer pursue somebody, they kind of move out the way and stop or freeze. But the suspect continued running.
May I approach your honor? You may. Officer Santana, I'm showing you what I've just marked as things exhibits 15 through 29. You can take a look at those. And as you're taking a look at these exhibits, Officer Santana, you had an opportunity to review these photographs before your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And these photographs of the firearm and the magazine that you just testified about recovering
Yes.
on the night of May 21st, 2022.
Yes, this is again that recovery.
Okay.
That was great.
Sure. And so do states exhibits 15 through 29, do they fairly and accurately represent the firearm that you recovered along with the magazine as well?
Yes, this is.
Any alterations or deletions to your knowledge?
No.
Do you think these photographs would be helpful to illustrate to the jury the firearm and the magazine that you basically saw the suspect toss and then later recover?
Yes, it was. Firearm.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to offer state's exhibits 15 through 29 for all purposes tendering to defense.
And take the witness on board,
You may.
I caught you at a bad time, sorry.
You may.
Officer Santana, did you take these photos?
I did not know.
Do you know what the gun tag was?
Say again, what?
The gun tag?
The gun tag,
Yeah.
as in the,
What did you do when you collected the weapon?
so when I collected the weapon, I brought it to the vehicle, a vehicle that was right there at the, that arrived on scene.
Did you hand it off to somebody?
I did hand
Who
the
did-
firearm off.
Who did you hand it off to?
I wanna say, from my recollection, I handed it off to Velasquez and Morris, Officer Morris and Officer Velasquez.
You know what a chain of custody is?
Yes.
Okay, so do you know the chain of custody from you to Vasquez to Morrison to whoever?
No, I don't.
Okay, did you actually log the evidence into the evidence locker?
I did not know.
Did you create a gun tag, which is basically the tracking number for the weapon?
I did not.
So how do you know this is the same gun?
That's the gun that I saw on the day of.
You're sure this is the same gun?
Yes.
Based on what?
The same model of the guns, it was
Let me rephrase it. There
Okay.
are numbers written on
yeah,
it.
the serial number that was on the firearm.
Well, not the serial number. There's like a number on a piece of tape that's.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah.
you didn't put that number on.
I did not know.
Do you know what caliber gun it is?
Not that I remember.
Do you know what make or model it is?
I wanna say it was a 380?
It's a 380.
Yes.
It's a small handgun.
Yes.
Do you know who the maker was?
XHC or it's like a 3-letter digit that I couldn't remember off the top of my head now.
Have you seen a lot of 380s?
Within my line of work, yes, sir.
Okay, so they all pretty much look alike, right?
Yeah, within saying that the same style, yes, sir.
Is Is there any distinguishing factor about these photos which makes you sure that this is the same gun that you collected? You don't know the serial number.
Yeah, I don't know the serial number.
You don't know the gun tag or the property room number.
I am.
And this is just a picture of a gun.
Yes, sir.
There's no distinguishing marks on it.
Yes, sir.
I would object to these being appended, Your Honor. Improper predicate, improper foundation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You may, with a legal objection or response, yes?
Yes, Your Honor. So counsel has argued chain of custody. These are photographs. Chain of custody goes to weight, not admissibility as it relates to photographs. The predicate for a photograph is showing the individual the exhibit. Do they recognize it? Is it a fair and accurate representation of the items as they're contained in those exhibits? Officer Santana has testified that each of those items that are in, say, exhibit 15 through 29 were the firearm and the magazine that he recovered. So he's the witness that can be able to testify that that is the firearm and the magazine that he recovered. And so, again, the state is going to argue that chain of custody goes to weight, not admissibility, and it's the predicate for a photograph is can this witness identify the items in the photograph and testify whether or not they fairly accurately represent the item as they describe.
May I see states exhibits 15 through 29?
Can I respond to that, Your Honor? First of all, I'll bring them to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, it's 5 o'clock. We will go ahead and break for the day. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Remember your instructions. You cannot do any legal research online or anywhere else. And you cannot discuss any of the testimony that you've heard today with anyone or each other. And we'll see you here at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
All rise.
You may be seated. All right, I'm sorry, you were responding, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I didn't make a chain of custody argument. I'm not disputing the chain of custody. I was simply asking this officer if he was aware of what chain of custody is. Does he know who looked in this gun? He said he handed it off to Velasquez or Morrison, I'm not sure which, and then we're from there, he doesn't know. He doesn't know the gun tag number, the property tag number, doesn't know what happened to it. These are basically pictures of a gun. The relevance is that it's not necessarily the gun, it may be, but why not just take a picture off Google of a gun and offer that? It's as relevant as these. They have to tie this to the particular item collected then. And that's my objection, is that they didn't lay the predicate, they didn't lay the proper foundation. It's not a chain of custody argument.
Well, Judge, counsel can say it's not a chain of custody argument. The questions he asked Officer Santana were about the chain of custody. Who brought it to the property room? What was the gun tag number? Different things like that. So essentially, as far as authenticating what was exactly contained within those photos, Officer Santana is the best witness to be able to do that because he actually recovered the actual firearm. And so he testified that Officer Velasquez was the one who took the firearm to the property room, but Officer Velasquez can't testify that that was the gun that was recovered. He can testify that he was brought a gun by Officer Santana. So Officer Santana is the one who's able to authenticate and say, because he was the first person to recover the gun, to say, yes, that is the gun that I recovered. It does have that, and if I may approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Oh, sorry, right here. So what's already admitted into evidence, in state's exhibits 6, 3, and 4 shows the gun tag as 199775G. That is the exact tag number that is contained on the exhibits associated with state's exhibits 15 through 29. So these are already in front of the jury and have been admitted. And so again, counsel says it's not a chain of custody argument, but all the questions that he's asked Santana are regarding chain of custody, not authentication. And again, all of this goes to weight, not admissibility.
May I see those photographs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, the state's argument that the pictures of the cartridge case depict the same tag number as shown on the state's exhibit 15 through 29 is incorrect. That invoice number or tag number is 7067622. 762. 706-762. This photograph of the weapon has an invoice or tag number of 706-763.
And Judge, I was referring to the other tag number, it's on there, it says 1977G, it's actually on the same item, number you were reading, the actual tag number is the one ending in G, so those match the other pictures.
Well, the tag number on this envelope that is depicted in State Exhibit 6 has a tag number of 291123, B as in boy, which does not match the tag number of the picture of the weapon.
And if I may approach to point out what I'm referring to before.
The one that says property tag, okay, 291123, B as in boy.
No, if I may approach and show
You may.
forward. On 6.
Oh, I see. So there's two different tag numbers. 199775G. Alright. Well, there appear to be two different tag numbers.
And I believe Lieutenant Quinlan testified the tag numbers, that tag number was the 1977G.
Alright, those can go to Marissa if you want, Mr. Johnson. Again, State exhibits showing the cartridge case have two different tag numbers on them.
Well, Judge, I believe previously Quinlan, when I admitted State Exhibits 6 and the other items, I asked what was the tag number, and that was the item that he said. There are other items or numbers that are on there, but the actual tag number is the one that he testified there may be other identifying numbers that DPD uses, but as far as the tag number, that is the number ending in G that he said it was, and so that is the exact tag number that's on the.
Well, that's one of the tag numbers that's depicted in State's Exhibit 6.
Well, it's the only one that relates to sort of the evidence as far as it being tagged.
All right. The defense objection is sustained.
We off the record, Judge?
No, we're still on the record, we have a witness on the witness stand. All right, is there anything we need to take up right now before we break for the day?
Nothing from the defense.
What, nothing on record.
All right, sir, we need you back here tomorrow morning, whenever the DA requests it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, he's waiting for one time.
All right, let's go off the record.
I just wanted to know if he wanted me to have certain witnesses here, if he wanted to have some more hearings, so we want to go ahead and have them here to do them before we start. That's why, so we want to start earlier, or,
Who are you calling? What are you talking about?
or Santana, Navarro, all those individuals, so. Because it
Are
does,
the body camera footage?
yes.
Um,
So I can have Navarro here, is what I'm saying. So I have him at the here in the morning at the same time. That's why I'm asking, that's what's out there.
Are you asking me, do I know now whether or not I'm gonna have an objection to something that's on the body cam footage?
Right, because you've watched the body cam several times, you've seen it, you know, I told you,
I don't
we
have
went
it
over what we're gonna
memorized,
play.
but yes, I assume that I may have an objection.
Right, so
I
what-
don't know right now.
Right, what I'm trying to do is what happened this morning, try to move, so we can move a lot quickly tomorrow. So that's why I'll have the witnesses here and have the hearing, if you know exactly the spots that you're gonna be objecting to, I can make sure I have that ready.
We could do that.
Okay.
That sounds good. I'm gonna handle this. You go. I'll read all this tonight. I'm not gonna lose it.
Judge, are we excused, or?
All right, so you want to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury tomorrow morning regarding Officer Navarro's body camera footage?
Maybe Santana or Navarro. Santana's still on the stand, right?
Sure.
Are you gonna offer his body cam footage?
Yes.
Okay. My position, Judge, is I don't know off the top of my head whether there's something objectionable to me. I will go home and watch the videos again tonight. I'll be here bright and early. I will talk to the state to see if there's, I will let them know if I have any objections. If I don't, then I'm happy to move ahead.
And basically what I'm trying to ascertain, Patrick, so the videos I made and muted were based on our previous conversations.
Right.
So if you're gonna be objecting to a lot more, it does take time for me to have to edit that, and so I'm trying to avoid, all of that. So, if you can let me know tonight, and
Okay.
that's what I'm saying, that I can go ahead and have it, the edited copy prepared, and
Okay.
for the
I
court's
will do
review.
that. I've got your cell phone. I think that's it, Judge.
All right, well, in anticipation of having hearings tomorrow, then if all the attorneys could be here at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we be excused, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
CCC, that's just that, y'all can come get, Francisco with that. Huh? No.
I can see the attorney, please.
I'm sorry.
I can see the attorney.
No, you good?